Immediate general advisory from the Federation Council to all United Federation of Planets ships. Priority 1 advisory, special advisory of conflict and evacuation order. Stardate 56194. By order of the Federation Council, starting from Stardate 56194, all Federation vessels have 30 days to withdraw out of the geopolitical area designated Peugeot subsector. The designated space has escalated into a full conflict between various great powers in the region, and any other incursions after the due date will be interpreted as active participation in their war. This could result in the seizure of ships, persons, and personal assets by the various belligerent forces. As of current stardate, the United Federation of Planets has declared itself a neutral party to this conflict and does not authorize any further belligerent action until further notice. Under Directive 010, the Federation Diplomatic Corps, in tandem with Starfleet, is currently in talks with relevant ambassadors of these belligerent forces at the Peugeot Starport Authority HQ in the Peugeot system to de escalate the conflict as well as guarantee the safety and security of UFP member worlds. Starfleet assets in the region are to adhere to General Order 13 and secure passage for evacuating Federation persons from the designated region, as well as effect withdrawal of all Starfleet assets from the designated region. And with that alert known to you all, we cut to a lounge at DSE. Myth and her new chief engineer, Lieutenant Junior Grade Rick Arlen, are discussing Maxwell Planck matters in the lounge aboard DSE. Is Rick's partaking in any drinks or food while you're discussing the engine and ship? As well as your ongoing project, of course.
Yeah, I have like a little like berry bowl or something that I'm snacking from.
And Varder, you have come down the turbo lift as Dharma Prell has requested to speak with you because he has, according to the message, he has important information to share with you.
Oh no. Okay. No, well. Head over.
Dharma's kind of wiping down the counter a bit, kind of looks up at you and glances over at the other senior officers, but notices they're well out of audible range. Well, he assumes so anyway, but one of them's an android, so whoops.
With a tricorder.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello. Do I need to order something or just sit down?
It's up to you. If you have a long conversation you need to talk about. If you have any questions, feel free. But the short story is that there is a member of a certain intelligence organization that wishes to speak with you on one of the moons of Shosku 4. Apparently, they have intelligence that you need to know, so they wanted me to facilitate the contact. I can tell them to stuff it, but I'm getting the feeling whenever these guys start offering information and formally meeting, that's never a great sign. That shows a certain level of desperation and consideration, oddly.
Any particulars regarding such an event? Numbers?
Something to do with Klingons' activities in the region and how it is, how do you put it, of imperative federational existential danger or something, likewise high-minded.
To say all the right words to make sure it gets my attention.
He shrugs and nods. That said, I think if he wanted to pull a fast one on you, he wouldn't have even talked to me, or he just would have had me pass on whatever false information they had.
Or have us go to a place further away.
He shrugs. If it was out of system, I would have told him to stuff it, but
Mm-hmm. Well, we have the details for is it a loan meeting or what? That kind of thing. 'Cause I know
just
how
wanted to meet
junky
with
these
you.
kind of people can be.
But yeah, I did get. He didn't say it in as many words, but reading between the lines, he wants to meet with you alone.
Okay. When?
You tell me when, and I greenlight them back.
Do I have anything on my schedule at the moment?
There's the ongoing evacuation order within the next 30 days that's underway. But actually, there's a way to answer that question.
Yeah.
We'll call this this plus this roll. 1 second, I looked at the wrong thing. Also, someone's love interest could be filled in because their character sheet's in there. I'm not gonna say who it is because you know who you are. I wonder who you're talking about. It is insight plus security, difficulty of 2.
It's chain of command apply here. As a focus,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Alright. Well, you like threat. I'll give you a threat. Okay. Okay. I hear you guys like momentum, so I made some.
Oh, thank you. Your understanding is that a lot of the because both the Kismet and Maxwell Planck are at DSC already, basically 2 of the 3 ships that need to pull out of the area are already out. A lot of the traffic direction is being handled by Wright and her command and security departments. So a lot of it's going to be just verifying that all, like basically head counting all Federation people who are still there in that part of space and making sure they're not there anymore. Either by telling them, hey, just keep going south another couple for another few light years and you're out of the subsector. You don't have to come back to us, or come back to us, it's safer here, depending on the situation. But a lot of it seems to be stuff that doesn't require the intelligence officer's direct intervention at this time. The only ship that is at all a question mark is the Achilles, because last time you heard from them was when they were heading back from that conflict near the Quay system. So presumably they're back there, but you'd have to call the ship yourself to know that for sure, because that's more of he doesn't have to check in with you, he has to check in with the fleet captain. So
yeah, or
and he's the strategic operations guy. He could just choose not to reveal that information for some reason.
That outranks me.
That too. Like, there's a lot of reasons he might not tell you.
Yeah.
But
okay.
But yeah, otherwise, yeah, there's not a whole lot you as an intelligence person need to do. There's 3 chiefs of security that are handling the security arrangements for now.
Isn't there technically 4? Because we've
Who's
got
the
the
4th?
weird we've got Hoplite Chief, Station Chief.
Well, you have the head of the hoplites, but they would answer to the chief of security
okay,
for
true.
any ship, because they're it's like the CMO. You can have a surgeon, but the CMO outranks them in medical concerns.
Okay, yeah, great. Call it an hour. Let me get everything. Everyone who needs to know, and to stay out of the way.
He nods. I'll pass it on.
Which moon? One of them doesn't help.
He grabs a pad, taps at it, and slides it over to you face down.
Thank you.
Do you need me to stash anything there? Hey, just because they wanted a meeting doesn't mean I assumed you're going to be an honest meeting.
I don't know. I can be fine, just fine being honest.
He shrugs. All right.
Especially with some of the fastest ships in the fleet here.
I'll pass on the green light then, and hopefully this is. I did not just pass you a goose egg.
Well, we'll find out.
Hmm.
In the meantime, a Hesperat be bad. Which is just a meal roll, basically. It's a burrito. A Bajoran burrito.
He replicates one up for you and hands it off.
Well, I've got a captain to make a report to. Have a good day, Dharma.
Good day.
Oh, look, there's a captain over there. Walk across to Myth, and I forgot your name. Arlen, there we go. Mind if I take a seat?
Feel free to join us, Commander.
By all means. I scoot over. Berries?
No,
Offer
thank
him
you.
some.
Myth. Or
Yes.
Captain, rather, now, isn't it?
I suppose so.
I would be greatly appreciated if you would have the Plank run some specific sensor sweeps over the moons of the Shoshu 4 planet. In about the next hour. Just to keep an eye on things, you know. Maybe there's something interesting going on.
The gas giant or its moons as well?
The moons, mainly.
Understood. What would you like us to look for?
Well, I've got a little trip planned to go down there. I'm going to take a walk around, and, well, if anything interesting happens aside from just a single me being there, that's something to take note of.
Very well, Commander. We can arrange this.
And I'm sure you understand with my job description why I'm being a little bit vague.
I do, yes. And Myth will pull out a pad and, issue some orders to send those off to the Plank.
Control plus command, difficulty 2 to set that up for your ally.
Plank fast. So,
And Starfleet protocols here. I'm passing this through to the relevant people, right chains to make sure it gets done efficiently.
Yeah.
All right.
also, I'm pretty sure it is protocol for the intelligence officer to not just run off on his own without telling anyone.
Generally, yeah. Cool. I'll spend one momentum, not inspiration, to roll a third die here. Cool. Spend those other two to quash the complication.
You love when that happens.
Love that so much.
So you want to have certain scans happening around a certain planetary body and its moons?
Yep.
Okay.
It's basically just monitoring.
Do you want the? I'm presuming both the Kismet and the Plank are not docked with the station currently, given the
no.
evacuation efforts.
Yeah, they don't really have a need to be docked, and patrolling around the station does kind of project a certain aura of security that I'm sure people leaving the system would appreciate, or the Pedro sector would appreciate. Just from a morale standpoint.
Yeah.
Hopefully you don't find anything. But on the off chance you do. I will keep you informed. Normally I would tell Pand, but I think he's busy right now.
I believe so as well. If we detect anything out of the ordinary, I'll make sure to follow through in the proper channels, Commander.
Thank you, Captain. Arlen, if you do end up wanting a little bit of backup to your little project, I do find it interesting, so let me know. I might not be able to be there in person, but I know a few people.
Sure. Or any little bit it can help, but let's make sure we're not overselling it and have the numbers speak for themselves.
No, I'm not talking overselling, I mean physical help.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Or numbers help, whichever. I'm not an engineer by any stretch. I just know people who are.
I didn't mean to imply that you were like a snake oil salesman or the like, or
No offense taken, Lieutenant. I know how it sounds most of the time. I'm working to make it sound different for intelligence officers. That is just going to be a rather long process. We have a reputation. Calling it well-earned is perhaps not the right turn of phrase, but I think you know what I mean.
Indeed. I will try to make sure that I'm on board the plank if possible at the time of the scans, Commander.
so
That'd be
is it
appreciated.
true we're pulling stakes on DSE? Or
Pulling snakes?
pulling stakes, pulling at
Stakes.
the, or does the order not rescind that far?
This is Federation territory. This is the
The
Sorshu sector
system is
outside of the Pejo
Federation
sector.
space.
Yeah.
I believe that the Space Arcania will be coordinating a lot of the evacuation efforts.
Mhm.
And serving as a rallying point.
It just means not sticking our noses over the border for a while.
And
Kinda
pulling
hard to
back any
do.
civilian interests that have set up in the Peugeot subsector in the last year or so.
Kind of hard to do when you have a deep space station and right on the border. Where else are we gonna look?
South. It's a
Toward
proper
the-
term for that, I just forgot what it is.
Rim.
Rimward. We've got places to go, space is a big place. As I think we've constantly found out.
Indeed.
A wise man once said, "Space is big, really big." You wouldn't believe how mind-boggling huge it is.
I am unfamiliar with the quotation, Lieutenant.
Pretty sure someone on Bejor said much the same thing. I don't think you're going to credit it to any real particular individual.
Ah, I see.
Just anyone who's gone out there and realized, oh, there's a lot.
I suppose there is.
Space out there, but also a lot of opportunity to find new friends
Yes.
and new enemies, but hopefully more of the former.
Oh.
I might see if I can assist Commander Wright with any of the coordination efforts that she's undoubtedly beleaguered with right now.
Are there many civilian projects out in the Peizo sector?
I'm afraid it's something I've not had to keep much track of, Lieutenant, but I will be researching the matter.
I'm
If there are, I expect will be sent out to assist them in our withdrawal.
well. There are any Federation colonies out that far, or we could run into
No.
the Maquis situation all over again.
No. We don't have
No,
colonies
we
out
shouldn't
that
have
far.
any colonies.
Most be independent organizations who have set up businesses or taken up roots or whatever.
Organizations and individuals who may have settled out into the region into pre-existing cultures,
I
potentially.
believe all we can legally do is say we would like you to leave, but we can't force them.
I'll correct you there. General Order 13 is you're leaving, and we'll make you if we
Oh,
have
okay.
to.
Mhm.
Unless
mind,
they
we
are,
don't-
unless they're part of a stay behind initiative, which Starfleet Security would be coordinating that. If you wish
Or
to
if
direct
the-
people to stay behind, you can. But
No. That
Or
sounds
or
like
if the
a bad
people
idea.
rescind their Federation citizenship and say, well, fine then, I'm not playing by your rules anymore.
That is
General
valid.
13 would suggest that you have to take them into custody. If they wish to renounce, they can renounce it outside of the war zone. Because if they stay behind, it can be construed as Federation pretending to leave
or-
people behind.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It is, we are pulling out all the people who are ours and all the equipment that is ours.
It's a drop
Here.
everything and we're leaving order. And it's a Starfleet enforced order. So
Isn't it a Federation originating one, though?
there is one higher than that. Yeah, this is but
Yeah.
Starfleet's order is you are to start beaming. If you're to ask them first, but if they are going to be obstinate, it's time to start beaming people off a planet. You're making them leave.
Yeah.
Myth is being
so did this
rather
come from the,
light
did
about
this
it,
come from
but
the Admiralty, or did this come from the Council? Because those are two very different bodies.
As per the order, it is an immediate. The Federation Council has ordered Starfleet Command to enact that directive.
Council.
So there's
So-
a standing order of you need to leave. If you're found there, we are not authorizing you to be there. Therefore, to prevent loss of life, we are going to tell them to Starfleet will be following General Order 13, which basically is I need to pack up my house and my stuff. No, you are leaving.
No.
Grab what you can and you must leave.
Mhm.
Which check here.
Hence, the plank might be required to perform operations.
I believe the Kismet better suited to that in terms of
Oh, I'm just
Carry
thinking, well, we
capacity.
might need all ships on deck for that.
also correct.
Yeah, there's no standing order for what the ships are going to move just yet because the fleet captain is still being briefed by Starfleet Command because the 10th Expeditionary in this region is you do have various auxiliary forces in the area that may be assisting you, and it's a matter of coordinating with like Vice Admiral Rithgar and Rear Admiral Nia to figure out what exactly is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's bad to move around if you don't have to, but it doesn't hurt to prepare.
Actually, on that note, if we do need favors from the station in orbit above, whichever sector that was, I forgot the name of it. System, the Cooley? No, Cooley's the Quaqua one. Where the fuck is it? There's a lot of systems.
The one
There
where
is.
Bellman was in.
Yes, that one.
Oh, let's look at the map again. Hold on.
But we have we have an alliance with them. Never mind. Opal Sierra Alpha. I have also favors from the command staff there.
Oh, for Sierra Alpha. Yep.
So if we need to request some additional help or hands, ships, whatever, we can definitely do something. That'll be just let me know and I'll give you their contact details and you can say that it's me calling in a chip.
Understood, Commander. I'll make sure to bring that up if necessary.
This poor lieutenant.
If there's nothing further, Commander, I believe you have a shuttle to catch.
I need to organize it first, but yes. I shall see
Precisely.
you, hopefully, after an hour. Might be an hour and a half. I don't know how long it's going to take.
Myth will nod.
And he'll stand up. Lieutenant. Come on, Captain. Gonna have to get used to that one. Again.
Commander.
And he will step out to go arrange that. The great thing about being a squadron intelligence officer is if I recall correctly, I've got special intelligence people that I can just poke and be like, yo, give me a shuttle.
Yeah, you kind of get a priority lane for operational uses.
The downside, I will, let me double check. I'm pretty sure I've got nothing in con. Yeah, I've got 2, so I'm gonna have to be like, yo, I'm borrowing a pilot. You're just staying in the shuttle.
Is there anything Myth or Orlan wishes to do in the lounge before we move away from the scene?
No, I don't think so. I know what she's doing after the lounge, but nothing else in the lounge.
Yeah, nothing in particular about the project. Actually, I think that, unless I'm mistaken, the next step is basically just us to go full scale with it and test it with ship side weapons.
Didn't with the last test we figured out we didn't even need to do those?
Yeah, you're at the stage where once a ship takes a talent in it, it can be installed.
Yeah. So
it doesn't have field use yet. You have, in theory, on paper, in holographic, it should work, but it needs a shakedown cruise on some ship at some point.
Yeah, I'll be interested in a shakedown cruise, but I don't have the authority to commission a vessel to take on experimental tech.
No, that's what the plank is for.
We could possibly do that, but it would involve taking the talent.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so could the Achilles. It's just we need the spotlight to do that.
Yeah.
I think you can just straight add something with that, can't you?
You can just add. You can add with an arc. You swap with the spotlight.
Yep.
Also, my god, they did something to update the sheets and now my lines are broken.
Oh, did they?
Oh.
The text is slightly further down compared to the lines. And it gets more and more noticeable the further down the lines you get, because eventually the text is halfway down the line.
Whoopsie.
Ooh, I hate
Yeah,
Which-
it's on the back of the
for-
sheet for me. That happens.
Yep. Which means all of my favors actually look like they're crossed out and it's making them hard to read.
Oh no.
I just
It's-
have had that problem since I've been using Firefox with these.
It's now a Chrome problem too.
Hey,
To be fair, I've had this for a while.
Oh, it's brand new for me, goddamn.
So
Join
we'll
the
go to
peasants.
we'll go to a new scene, since there's nothing in the lounge to be sitting on at the moment. So this is in a briefing room aboard the USS Achilles with the various department heads aboard. Those of you who whose main character are not present, feel free to choose the support characters that are at the meeting, because you may wish to feed some input through the mouthpieces that is the support characters. This should be all. I think this is all the Achilles support characters for each of the departments.
I think the only one the only one is Con, and that would be Sala.
So did I grab Con? Oh right, because Vux is the Exo. You're right.
Yeah.
Where's Asala? Talen, Newland Vux,
Right below Vux.
Osal Yigo. Oh, Shashiri. Yep.
The blue one.
In an order of precedence, she would go here and there. Okay. And I'll take out that Con because that's just messy.
I'll take touch of them.
Here, let's grab
Next
Grace.
thing's
So Grace. And what about you,
Okay,
Rex?
so
You wanna
promoted or demoted?
if you want to stay engineering, Gerbil's the or Vesh is the actually I think I have her rank wrong again. I don't think I fixed it. Hold on.
I think she got promoted, didn't she? To
She
chief.
mission?
She's first class. I have her acronym wrong. She jumped 2 classes.
Yeah.
She's a specialist first class. Still rather low ranked, but she's for an engineer. She's probably not even the chief engineer. She's just the person engineering keeps sending to these meetings, and it's like, well, she's better at these meetings anyway. So
Probably just have an antisocial engineer.
I mean, that's currently my fucking doctor.
okay. So that's fine for supports. Just so I know who I'm talking for. That's all.
Yep.
Mhm.
So Pend, give me reason plus command assisted by computers plus command difficulty 2 to have a rough idea of the current state of the ship and your current patrol area.
Before I make the roll,
Yeah.
where do you have the Achilles location wise?
You're currently patrolling around the desk machine.
Okay, just making sure we actually went back.
Yep, you withdrew back to there. Because that was the last action. That was in the last scene you did that. I actually went back to double check before we started, just to make sure that's where you went.
Okay, like I said, it's just one of those. I just wanted to double check because
Yeah.
if we're both thinking we're in 2 different places, that just makes things difficult. Take a threat.
Sure.
Would you allow team dynamics?
Definitely.
Reroll. Ship is computer.
Oops, that doesn't help. Scroll down.
So I'll say, did you send that to the wrong person?
No, I had to screen grab something. When I went to screen grab, I cut off something you needed to see. I was like, whoops, that doesn't help you at all. Hey, just guess what's there. Don't worry, it's nothing important.
I'm gonna guess it's a Force of Midnight.
Wrong game.
Don't know about that one.
Is it a blue flame?
It will be in a second. No.
Fast Flame, Irene Adler.
So what I can tell you about the Dusk Machine is that no ships have entered into the into your star system. Oh, star system's a bad word to say because you're in open space. But in your region, there have been no other starships. No one followed you. No one's come through. You are aware of the general order. You haven't gotten orders from the fleet captain yet to withdraw. You haven't heard any distress signals as of yet. But you are aware of, as marked on the strategic update from the various departments, you've been able to piece together the current state of the various fleets in the subsector.
Well, shit.
You may spend momentum threat to ask clarifying questions about the data you've collected before you start briefing your crew.
So obviously we're under Order 13, I think it was, where we're just bringing back Federation civilians and people, correct?
Yeah, General Order 13 is pick up and leave. Get out of there. If you
one-
gave it to a ship, you'd be telling people get off the ship because you're intending to blow the ship up.
So I think one question is going to be, what does Sir Harmon Grennan fall under? Because he's technically a member of a foreign dignitary's court.
That is a question that he needs to answer, because if he's still maintaining his Federation citizenship, then he has to leave. Now that could just be leave the subsector. He doesn't have to come the same way you guys. He doesn't have to evacuate the you guys do, but he can evacuate the other way. In basically the opposite direction of deeper into uncharted space, basically, which for them would be just deeper into Quaquas space. So if he wanted to maintain his Federation, he'd have to move away from the front. Basically, he can't be at the front lines if he wants to maintain his Federation citizenship. If he is, then that's a violation that needs to be corrected at some point. If he renounces, then he still should leave, and he should be made to leave. And that's a big question mark that can cause headaches here because of the General Order 13. Because it is that nebulous dual citizenship scenario. Which, if the Cooley guys are being nice, they'll just play along and just move him further from the line.
Okay, but that's something Grennan can be informed about, and he can inform his other half.
Yep. Once Grennan gets here, you can feel free to. I'll kick that at him if you send that up the chain.
Okay. And looking at it, I can't see any more Federation ships, and it's only really Efforix at Woodra, correct?
Yep. The Gungnir's somewhere near here. I don't have it on my map per se. Is the Gungnir in illuminated space? There.
No, the Gungnir is not in illuminated space. They are south of Deep Space Aegis. They're
Oh, okay. They're deep in. Okay.
Yeah, they're deep in. Their current mission is they're checking out a star cluster for a possible pirate base.
And the Ganymede.
It's up near the DS.
I don't think they're here as well.
Isn't it on the Klingon border, the Ganymede?
Yep. Oh yeah, right. They're patrolling the Klingon border. So the assets, the only Starfleet assets are the ones that are presented in your report. There may be other Federation assets present.
Okay.
Like freighters, private ships, that sort of thing. But you would know where all the Starfleet ships are because you're the strategic operations person. You're supposed to know where those are. It's part of your job to know where those are.
Okay. I don't think I really have any more questions. It's more of a case of when Grennan turns up, I'll inform him of the Sir Grennan issue and Penn's tactical opinion of what to do with Efforix.
Okay. Your briefing room. What do you want your crew to do? What do you want to tell them?
So, we still technically have people from the Midnight Watch aboard who are getting as much data as possible from the dust machine.
Yep.
Have we had any issues with our temporary guests?
No, and actually, you're told through your subordinates that their intention is to a lot of the any Federation Midnight agents are going to withdraw. They're just going to follow the general order, the Federation order. Anyone who's not, they're just going to withdraw up into Woohoo space and just hide out in there to continue their operations. But the Federation ones are going to pull back because they don't want to add a wrinkle to their work either, because their job's already hard. They don't need to make it harder.
Following the agreement I had with Wolfgang, have they left a copy of everything they retrieved?
For a momentum, sure.
Sure.
Yep. They have. There's considerable amount of data about the Dusk Machine. as they were as you are likely aware, the Minute Watch sections are very thorough and rapid in their investigations.
Okay. But yeah, I'll show the tactical briefing to all the senior staff so they can have a look. So I'm just going to post that in general. General,
Go ahead.
Kismet.
Yeah, don't put it in general. That's going to confuse the heck out of people.
No,
Hey,
post
please
in
don't look at the
general,
map my GM did.
Yeah.
There we go. So I'll give everyone a quick second to have a look over it first.
So the radioactive hazard signals are bad things.
Dead
Those are
systems.
Dead
Those are
systems.
the supernova worlds systems.
So those are going to be problems in about 30 years. Got it.
Yeah.
In other words, not now, not for us.
Look, Ma, someone else's problem.
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, so just let us know when you've all had a look at it.
Ye.
What are the ships on the bottom half of the map?
Awokso.
Staffy and Awokso. Awokso is red, Staffy purple.
Okay. I have vague concepts of who they are, but okay.
They're former vassal states of the Quaqua.
Yeah, they were their own independent species, but then they were vassalized by the Quaqua Principality. They don't have, and each species doesn't really have. When they became vassals, they dissolved their navies and were replaced by the Quaqua Navy.
Huh, like another government that I know of.
Yeah, but I was first, so.
All right. Are the Woohoo or the other Peugeot powers planning to take over guardianship of the Dusk Machine after our withdrawal?
I don't think that has been stated yet.
All right.
Is there a way we can put if they don't take guardianship? Is there a means we can put a lock on it to make sure that no one else messes with it or scuttle it?
Have you seen the size of the station?
That, and I don't think we would have any grounds to scuttle. Because this belongs to the Quaqua Principality.
Yes.
Even though we'd like to, we don't have that
No,
authority.
If someone else isn't moving in, then we don't have authorization to do anything more to it, I don't think.
Let's just leave the super.
We were on tenuous ground, operating as custodians
is.
as it was.
Okay.
I mean,
The
good.
So the
Right.
dust machine is going to become someone else's problem.
we're here to find a
Hopefully not ours
solution,
again.
not just speak pessimistically.
I mean, that's
What do
why
you have in mind?
Starfleet, the diplomats, are talking to the Peugeot Star Authority to try and solve this issue.
Well, I'm just saying that I don't think we should take any rash action here.
Agreed. I intend to keep the Achilles in orbit of the dust machine for as long as possible.
I concur, Captain.
Captain, as a strategic operations officer, couldn't you just pull the plank to assist us?
I could, but we have people still in the subsector and maybe just civilians in the subsector. I'd rather allow the Kismet and the plank to do pickup. As it stands, I honestly don't want this station falling in the hands of any of the powers in this system. But if I had to choose between the Quaqua, who it technically belongs to, or the two rebelling factions to the south who really want it, it should be returned to the Quaqua. But if we leave this position, with them so close to it, that's going to cause a major issue to happen even quicker.
So we hope the diplomats on Peugeot can come to a solution before we have to withdraw?
I'm honestly hoping so, but that's kind of why I'm hoping the Woohoo fleets to our Corward and the Guardian ships to our west?
Spinward.
Spinward are acting as a deterrent, especially while we're stood in the middle. Because the Quaqua fleet to our... I don't fucking know, dude.
Trailing.
To our trailing is also poised. So there's a lot of people pointing at a central location with us as peacekeepers. Until that 30 days up, or until they actually start firing upon us, I would like to give our other vessels enough time to get as many people out as possible.
Besides just picking them up in the starships, do we have a landing zone at or near DFC where these people can offload? Do we need additional docks for
DSC?
incoming?
Oh yeah,
Station itself?
we have the station, and we also have a habitable planet in that system.
Yeah, plus DSC
Okay.
is a pretty big deep space station. It was meant to. It has a lot of ports, especially for something its size. So it should be able to support. We've done similar smaller scale evacuation procedures before during the first engagements we had, but
Yep, just making
What-
sure that we're not going to get like overwhelmed and have a
No.
bunch of people stuck in airlocks.
I'm more worried that people are going to be as long as it's in a show skew deal. It's them getting back to us. My worry is if someone decides to pull a Maquis and decide to. I mean, it's not the same thing. They don't have colonies here, but they may say, I have friends in Peugeot. I'm not leaving, and that sort of nonsense. Which is not a whole lot we can do. People are being dumb.
I mean, all we can do really is retrieve as many people as possible without purposely antagonizing the local powers.
What's the max speed of the Achilles? I forget now.
1 second.
I want to say 9.9, but that feels wrong. I'm trying to estimate our how much time we can.
I thought it used to
How
be
long
under
it takes us
5.
to leave.
9.6.
So I thought it used to say it on the front of the sheet, but it doesn't. I definitely think it's in the the medium
It's
nines.
the same speed as the Kismet.
Yeah.
Oh, same speed as the
Um,
Kismet. Well, that answers that then.
yeah.
It's like 9.97. So
Yeah.
So we.
Is that rush speed or cruise speed?
That's max
That's
cruise.
rush.
Max cruise.
Yeah. Max rated is like 9.98 for 6 hours. At that speed, we can expect to. We need at least one. We have to hit max cruise. As long as we're within this part of the subsector, we can get back to base inside of a day at max speed. If we go any deeper, it's going to take us longer. It'll take 2 days if we're further into the sector. But this subsector back, about a day. So we need to be leaving on day 29.
Agreed. Hopefully, if something can be reached before then, we can then just move the Achilles for extractions, but yeah, until then we just need to stay on alert and offer support where we can. I know it's not the best situation to be in, but unfortunately, that's where we find ourselves.
Gotta hope no one gets an itchy trigger finger over the next month.
And I am here. Acknowledged. There's a scene. There's 2 scenes before I get back to you, but because I imagine you're gonna want to have a meeting with your staff regarding your orders.
Yeah.
So carrying on with current scene.
But
Captain, is there anything special you wish us to do other than maintaining our position?
for now, no. Let's maintain position. But considering the crew's probably been a bit on edge recently due to we're literally in the middle of many pointed guns. Yes, let's stay vigilant, but I want to allow people time to work on projects, try and get some relaxation in. Being on for the next 30 days at least, because being on edge for that long, knowing that one wrong move by any of the powers is going to cause this cake to blow with us in the centre.
So maintain green status then, sir?
Maintain green, and again, let's try and allow people a bit of time for relaxation or tests, experiments, anything. Just let's try and keep them distracted to a degree.
Aye, sir. Abernathy, Tachban, Vesh, anything you wish to add that Generics or Shashir hasn't already covered?
I'm all for making sure the crew's not on edge, but we don't want to get too relaxed while we're in this zone. Permission to run some drills maybe once a week, Captain, additionally?
Agreed. Just make sure the drills encompass the whole crew, but try not to take up too much of their time, just to keep them on their toes.
Yes, sir.
We could, for a little bit of an earlier warning, with everything going on, put up a probe sensor net, potentially. If anything starts to come in and we're not really expecting it, it'll give us a bit more time to react, prepare appropriately, other than being surprised.
Sure.
Spending momentum for cautious. And focus. Nope, no focus. There we go.
This is
Alright.
Tachban hammering out a security plan.
I will steal one of those momentums. Focus in sensors or cooperation. Because I'm sure she needs to talk to someone to fire the probes.
Yep.
Because you don't want her firing the probes. I just looked at her stats, and you do not want her firing the probes.
she can tune them all you like, but
Abernathy! Holy shit! It's 219s. Oh my god. Okay.
Is it assisted by the ship?
Possibly.
probes be structure plus science.
Okay, I'll get it for you.
Wow.
God, I roll not me 20 and 219s immediately.
Careful there, Efrix.
Yeah, really. Yep. Does Vesh have any suggestions for preparing the Achilles?
Give it a maybe do a good once over on maintenance checks, top to bottom, and make sure that she's in absolute top condition.
Reason plus engineering difficulty 2 for some level 2 diagnostics. Probably not level 1 because that requires you to basically shut the ship down for a day, and you kind of want to still be in motion.
Probably don't want to do that.
Yeah,
Shut the ship
yeah.
down. Let's go.
I wanted to level 2 the one that is slightly less than let's take the ship apart and put it back together again.
Uh-huh.
But it's fun.
Oh, it's so fun, but I'm gonna take a momentum for a third dice and cautious. And would this be considered day-to-day normal maintenance?
Yeah, I'd
and
say so.
repairs and stuff? Okay, I'm gonna reduce the difficulty by 1 using maintenance specialist on
Haha.
maintenance. And
How many
also half
times
the
that
time-
goes off?
And also half the time required to do the task, if that matters.
That'll matter. It's you're not against the clock too much, but I'll take into consideration.
Engineering protocols as a focus.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You're just doing your level 2 diagnostics a bit early, just to be extra safe.
Sure. Let's have some fun.
There
Let's
you
have
go.
A lot of fun.
All right. Looks like we have a plan, sir. Oh, sorry. You were saying something there, Vesh?
Could I be a little cheesy and spend 2 momentum to create 8 the advantage? It's that since we just did maintenance on the Achilles, it'll be they'll have an advantage on any field repairs they would need to do in case they need to. If they run into trouble, they can do repairs on the ship easier.
Sure.
out of
For 2,
dodge.
you could establish that advantage that as part of the diagnostics, you found ways to kind of speed up your damage control protocols.
Damage control checks. Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking for.
It's okay, damage control guys. These are the weak points that'll probably go first, so just be prepared. Can you just fix those? Are we in dry dock? No. So guess what?
It's now your problem, boys.
Yeah. Well, sir, it looks like we're as prepared as we're gonna be. Any other orders before we dismiss?
No real orders.
Huh.
Zishre, could you send the recommendations over to Fleet Captain Grennan? If he needs to confer with me, he can contact me on my personal frequency. I want to try and get something set up, but I need a bit of privacy to do that.
Aye, sir.
Anyone else?
Janaric just frowns.
Well, that's his natural resting face.
I know.
I don't believe so, sir.
Okay. If that's the case, everyone is dismissed.
So people start petering out. Eventually leaving you with your thoughts. New scene.
Odd thoughts.
The true enemy of Pend.
Not this music. That's what I get for duplicating maps.
Yeah.
Oh, not that either. Oh, I know. I'm making this hard for myself for no reason. This one. Oh no, you're in a cave. Different. This one. Yeah, sure. Varder, you shuttle over to the moon, as I recall.
Yep.
Do you bring anyone with you, or are you actually going by yourself?
I'll actually go by myself.
All right. Do you bring any equipment with you beyond your standard issue?
Do I need anything to breathe here?
You will require an EVA suit, so you'll have that for free.
Yep.
Because you're on a moon. There's no atmosphere here. So I should probably notate that because that's important to know.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, it's good to know if I'm in an EVA suit or not. There would have been a pilot in the shuttle because, as I said, he has a 2 in con, so the safe side would be have someone there.
Actually, I know a better because that actually gives armor, and that actually matters here. Gives 1, I think, not a ton.
It's not a ton, yeah, but it can count.
Yep.
Um,
And you have little head torches, so that's why you
Yeah.
have a limited light view.
as far as extra equipment, no. Don't want to
Okay.
spook the person.
So according to the data you got, you are supposed to meet them at a inside this cave system.
Lovely. What's the bit that it's got something that's gonna mess with sensors? Is that possible to check from out here? Just like a basic scan, be like, okay, how messed up are these coming back as far as readings go?
You could flip out your tricorder and try to look around. What are you scanning for?
Just basically how messed up with the other readings if trying to see anything in the cave.
If you wanted to scan for stuff in general, the difficulty is 3 instead of 0.
It's more in general because he doesn't know what specifically to look for in there. So he's like,
Yeah.
Let's find out. Okay, reason science, amazing score for me, just so everyone knows. I definitely don't have a focus on this either. It doesn't matter, it's a science score of 1. Let's go. I'll do this, sure.
You also get assist from the shuttle and cough cough the Maxwell Planck because you already prearranged them to be happening to scan this way, which will help
Yeah.
calibrate your tricorder readings a bit.
Does
Let
that
me do
reduce the
it then.
difficulty by 1?
You will
It does
have-
due to the sensor things.
Okay, sweet. Okay, so that makes it a diff 2. You get 2 threat. Congrats.
Roger.
And yeah. Ooh, I still got a 1. Look at that. Look at that.
Oh,
Yeah.
and then the shuttle. Ha!
Ooh,
Shuttle crit. Yeah.
the little shuttle that could.
Yes.
Shuttle carrying the plank as usual.
Yeah. Honestly,
So for a diff 2, we made 3.
seems good.
Yeah, I'll take that. I wasn't expecting to make anything off of this, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
You see my science score.
You see 4 life signs in EVA suits,
Hmm.
and you have a layout of the cavern system.
There are 4 life signs.
Charming. What life signs are those?
For momentum, I'll answer.
Sure. Hmm. Okay.
Don't you mean 5 then?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah, sorry. As displayed here.
Unless he was picking up himself as the Bajoran.
Okay,
No.
that's true.
There's 5 signatures that I'm seeing there anyway.
All right.
Yeah, like I said, I was just confused for a second. It's like, there's 4. Yeah, there's 4 back here, but what the fuck's this one?
Extra dude. Larger dude.
I'm trying to be sneaky.
I don't
Mini
think he's trying to be
boss.
sneaky. I think he's the one waiting to meet and greet, essentially. Okay.
More people might be trying to be sneaky.
Oh well.
This one seems to be the origin point of the interference.
Oh, there is interference too.
Well, that's why it's difficulty 3. They were giving off. They had a sensor baffle, so casual sensors wouldn't see them. They'd have to do a test like you just did to see anything.
They're probably like, it's a security guy. We know he doesn't have science. Does it anyway? Oh, okay. Well, I'm not going in blind at least, but I will still be going in. And I'm technically not going in without someone knowing where I am. So hey, it's not reckless. I hope.
Yeah.
Maybe
You wish.
going in.
I mean, you still could have taken somebody, just told them to wait
Yeah.
outside.
But also, that could just make them skittish and put more people at risk than need to be.
The joys of a security officer.
The choice of an intelligence officer.
Why not both?
Yeah.
I thought it was the joy of painting.
See,
No.
it's a new joke.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Sorry.
Looking
See,
around
I
the
have a
corner,
repertoire every once in a while.
when you look around the corner, you see an individual in an all black Eva suit, and a female human face inside the helmet.
Hmm.
And she kind of waves at you. Good day, Commander Varder.
Oh, good day, but I can't say I know your name.
Jala Warwick. I
Yes.
work for an intelligence agency, independent of your agency.
And I assume you're not going to tell me which agency.
That would be a safe assumption, Commander.
Well, are you leading the way, or are we just talking here?
We can talk here. You have a way to run, I have a way to run. You have your shuttle to get to, I have my people to get to. So it's
Mhm.
only fair. She holds up a pad. I'm going to toss this to you. Do you want me to toss it at your feet, or do you just want to catch it?
I can catch it.
She kind of just softly underhands it. No test, because you're so close to each other.
Yeah.
It was just more
And
she didn't want to make to go, think fast. Like, no, that's how you get
Yeah.
shot.
Yeah, that is. Okay. And what am I supposed to be looking at here? I think you'll say that while looking at it, but
What you'll be looking at is intelligence data regarding a Galaxy-class starship that was one sector coreward and trailing of the Peugeot subsector. The Galaxy-class starship officially was listed as lost in action, and I am informing you that my agency was loaned the use of this Galaxy-class and its ship as well as its crew for our operations. Unfortunately, we lost contact with the ship. Had been looking for it. Unfortunately, it seems that House of Gitta found it first. And normally, I would not bother you with my problems. My problems aren't your problems. My emergency isn't your emergency normally. Unfortunately, the starship in question had an expired security code entered into its system to unlock it. See, my agency still follows the example of Starfleet when it comes to scuttling ships when abandoned. They entered in an old code that indicates that they were a member of our agency, and the person's code that they entered was someone who we know for a fact is dead. Not that soft human sort of dead. I mean, we know what bits and pieces of them are and where they are located on Bamoth. We even know where the different cybernetics have been distributed. The problem with that is that also now on the plus side, they did not get access to sensitive material from my agency or your agency, but they have gotten hold of the actual isolinear chips that were aboard from the main core, a significant number of them. We also believe they may have taken the ship. We're not entirely sure because we lost contact with its transponder a few days ago rather. Which means that is entirely possible, in fact highly likely in my opinion, that someone in House Subgitta has control over very sensitive intelligence information and a Starfleet Galaxy class. Further, the data that was found, not to lecture you on history, Commander, but you weren't part of Starfleet at the time, but have you been briefed on the founder solution during the Dominion War? What the Federation tacitly allowed to happen?
Was that? I know what it is. I'm just trying to figure out where he was at that time.
That was like the final year of the war when that became known to DS9. Like they learned of
Yeah.
it very late.
He probably doesn't know. He wasn't exactly friends with Odo. He's just worked with him, so no.
The plan was to, well, and it succeeded, was to infect the founders with a biogenic weapon to eliminate them and to end the war. It was through the actions of certain Starfleet officers that reversed the effect and forged a peace. That was not the only operation that was ready to be deployed. It was just the only one that was deployed. The other one was aimed at the Klingons. Consider that the Klingons had broken the Khitomer Accord and were very likely coming after the Federation next. So, certain plans were drawn up to not go quite as extreme. I mean, they are allies after all, and it is beneficial to both our agencies for them to persist. However, if you're familiar with the augment virus that they suffered, which crippled their infrastructure and society for a considerable amount of time, there was going to be a modified version of that. The research of that program was stored on those isolinear chips.
Wow. Okay. And that's going to be, suffice to say, an incident if they can read those chips.
Thankfully, they're very encrypted, but when you have the actual hard drive, encryption is just a matter of time, especially with the resources, if it ever gets into the hands of House Ross. Which thankfully is on the other side of the galaxy, but on the other side of the quadrant, rather. I wish it was on the other side of the galaxy. So, the problem with this, as you may understand, you would imagine that my agency would normally act independently and take direct action to recover the material at any cost for the good of the Federation. That is not an option here, because if we do that, we are going to be killing allies. And that is not in the Federation's interest. I think you can agree with that. So I'm hoping, as a person with deep intelligence connections, both Starfleet and not, a list of favors, and a personal relationship with the House, you will be able to secure this information and ensure it is not disseminated to persons who don't need to know.
Well, that is suddenly a lot more work than I had.
I would offer to give you my assistance, but I get the feeling you don't want it. She smiles at that, like, obviously.
Yeah, no. If you've been informed on exactly who I am, then you probably have an idea of exactly how I do intelligence. And we do not get along in that regard.
We have differing methodologies, and in my practice in intelligence, I find that it's better to not solve all problems with a Type 4 phaser cannon. Sometimes a Type 2 does the job just as well. In fact, better in a lot of ways. So, she shrugs. Hence why I'm passing this off to the Type 2. I'll be generous. You're a Type 3 from time to time. Your Bajoran roots shine through every once in a while.
Squint.
Oh, you do everything by Starfleet regulation, do you, Commander? I think there's a certain traumatized Cardassian somewhere out there who was frightened to death. But
I don't actually know which one you're talking about in that case. That's just the one that was in a Klingon prison as he was scared to death for an entirely different reason. Might have something to
see-
do with the fact it was a Klingon prison.
She just kind of folds her arms. I am willing to elaborate as best I can, but I think I've told you everything that was pertinent to the current security threat we are facing.
Galaxy
And I am
Clash.
politely telling you that I am not interfering unless you ask me to. I'm staying out of this because I know that if I get involved, someone's going to die. And it might be us, might be them, and that's not good either way. So,
So, do you have or does this pad have the specifications for the Galaxy class? If there's anything unique done to it?
she nods.
And anything regarding don't open this door or it might kill you? That kind of thing?
Your codes have been entered into the system regarding that particular ship.
Oh, lovely.
Well, we
That
don't
one-
want you getting vaporized just because you're poking around. We want you to poke around. That's the entire point.
That just was an oh lovely for if I get to talk to the Klingons and they've already made headway. And if my codes are in there, they're going to give me a certain scrutinizing look, I'm sure.
Well, it won't be in the system. We have a certain proprietary security check system that checks against a memory alpha computer of sorts. We don't keep the codes on the ship, so that prevents certain assets from being compromised. Very expensive and very annoying to use. I suggest using it in Starfleet computers.
Very well. I will see what I can do. I already needed to talk with the leader of House of Gutsa anyway. There's going to be one more thing on the plate.
If you wish to keep a copy of the data, you may, but I would suggest destroying it and any copies therein.
There isn't a need for that weapon to exist, so that will be destroyed.
She nods. I'm glad we're in agreement. I assumed you would be, but one never knows.
No, that is the reputation that intelligence has these days. So is that all?
That's all my intelligence. Unless there's anything you wish to share with me.
Not particularly.
Good day, Commander.
Miss Warwick? Well. Shit. It's like, okay, well, with the way you're phrasing all of that, that's 100% Section 31.
Yeah, that's definitely a 31 operation.
Like, we're not saying specifically who we are, but we're saying just enough that you can figure it out. And it's like, God damn it.
Ah. I really need to standardize these tokens. It's because I'm lazy. Pen, you're talking from over subspace over an encrypted channel during the briefing for obvious reasons.
Yeah, I think Penn's just going to be in an engineering room that has been sealed off from everyone's access.
Very good. Fleet Captain, are you back yet?
Yeah, I've been back.
Oh, I didn't see the message in chat, so I was like in
Oh.
Discord, so I was like, so people start filing into their seats. So you're able to sit down for your meeting with your senior staff, senior staff of the squadron. As I said, Captain Penn is speaking to you over an encrypted subspace channel, as the Achilles is still at the Dusk Machine, maintaining their maintaining the peace agreement until they get new orders. So,
Oh dear.
your
Here we
meeting,
go.
Fleet Captain.
This is normally the part of the meeting where I would ask everyone to update me on the progress on various fronts, but I'm afraid that's going to have to wait. I have received some very particular orders from Rear Admiral Naya. One that is probably going to change the direction that we are to go in the following days. Would I be correct, out of character, would I be correct in assuming that they are aware of the stuff above, the stuff that is specifically addressed to me?
Yep, it's in the pin as well, so that's why I read
Yeah,
off the top.
Yeah, evacuation order under Directive 10, yada yada yada. That whole thing. Okay.
Yeah. Anything that's coded is something only you know for now.
Uh-huh, right. Whew. Okay. There's no real way to sugarcoat this. As you are aware, we have been provided with a month, 30 days to withdraw from the Peugeot subsector. Now, normally, we would have been asked to do so far sooner. Let's just say Starfleet, the Federation Council is not happy with what happened with the Achilles. However, we have been given that month for very good reason, not just to get our people out, but to effect what is hopefully to be our last action in that region for now, for the foreseeable future. And unfortunately, I think I'm probably going to have to ask Pend here to handle it. Pend?
I'm not gonna like this, am I?
Nope. We've received 4 directives from Starfleet Command. Directive 1: destroy the Dusk Machine.
Well, I like a challenge, but you're asking me to destroy something that an entire fleet of ships couldn't do?
Right. I'm aware of that.
I mean, I like a challenge.
Yeah. As it stands, the Admiralty was... Well, they were content to observe the Civil War, but from the intelligence reports, it looks like the admirals of the Oxo and Staffy fleets are soon to make a move to seize the Dusk Machine, under the pretense that the Federation is colluding with the Woohoo.
I've got a question, but it's for the GM and Arlen.
Listening.
Yes.
Would they be able to integrate their system into the Achilles? Like right now, for say.
No, it takes too much. It takes too long.
Right, okay. Just making sure, because I want to rule something out.
Okay.
There are more directives to this, of course. Directive
Oh,
2...
sorry.
What?
Sorry, sorry to run over you there. I misspoke earlier. I'm wrong. You can employ it. I remember saying this last time. It's 2 and 2 if you want to do it for a to have it as experimental gear. If he has a talent, it's not experimental. The downside is if you use it, it has added complications that'll pop up. But you can replicate the things and start having them fitted. It's not as perfect as if you purposely tested it and had it done at a Stardock. You're just doing it while underway.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine because that's if I've just been ordered to destroy the dust machine, I may need to ask for Arlen. But again, that's just I was trying to get a confirmation of if possible.
Yep. Sorry, continue, Captain. That was my bad.
Yep, all good. Additionally, second directive, maintain operational secrecy. I figured that would go without saying, but I can't stress this enough, Pend. If the cover is blown, Starfleet will disavow you.
Oh, lovely.
And very likely, sorry to pull you into this, Lieutenant Arlen, but we will all be court-martialed.
No pressure.
Captain.
This is, of course, so that the Federation won't have to be pulled into the war.
Fleet Captain.
Yes.
Could I make a requisition?
Requisition?
Could you load the plank up with as many quantum torpedoes as possible? I'll need them and Lieutenant Arlen.
Well, I think that that's something that can hopefully be done. What do you think, Myth?
If that's your order, sir, I will follow it. But I must state I cannot, in good conscience, agree with destroying the Dusk Machine. While it is a terrible, well, it was a terrible weapon, the threat of its usage as a means of mass destruction has been neutralized.
I agree with you, Captain Myth, but understand that this order is more of a case of not allowing the object to be on the table anymore, to remove the temptation of any power using it.
So,
as I said, no power
we're
should be
gonna-
able to use it as anything more than a stationary hunk or debris, Captain.
I mean, it's still physically there, or even from a stationary or a Hulk, you can study it and learn how to make it. Or at least any engineer worth his salt.
While I too have my own misgivings from regarding the destruction of the Dusk Machine, after all, effort was gone through to see to it that it wouldn't be destroyed when we first took it. These orders come from above me.
Yes, sir. As I said, sir, what your orders are, I will carry out.
Right.
But it may be
Well,
under protest.
Well,
And I will follow that up the chain if need be.
well, for now, I'd start organizing the procurement of those quantum torpedoes. Pend, I'd suggest you at the very least exhaust any other avenues, seeing if there's any other way to destroy the station that, let's just say, doesn't involve Federation issue quantum torpedoes.
I've got a couple of ideas, but I'd rather have the fallback plan as a
yes, understood.
place.
I just think I think avoiding using them would be the best, considering that, again, we want to try to maintain operational secrecy, and Federation-issued quantum torpedoes will likely leave our signature all over it.
Agreed. Like I said, I'll figure something out. I just need to get my last resort plan in place, and I can try everything else.
Right.
There
Now-
might be a way. Hey, we can modify our torpedoes slightly so that they do not register as Federation in origin. Not sure how that would affect performance, but if secrecy is the key, then that should be more important.
Right.
If you're truly
Directive-
interested in destroying the Dusk Machine, it might be more effective to destroy it by a more natural means, such as
Its own internal systems.
its own internal systems or plunging the entire contraption into a star.
Well, there's
Or
two
a gas giant.
supernovas in the there's two supernovas in the area. You know, those are pretty good at destroying things.
Yeah.
Those are also a reasonable distance away, and I believe pushing a station that large is beyond our capabilities.
Still,
Beyond our
always...
capabilities now.
I like the way you think, Arlen.
Give me about like 6 hours. I'll figure it out.
Point being, it's another possibility to consider, Varder, and with something like this, we want to consider every possibility. Now, Directive 3, he looks down at the pad in his hand. Withdraw to Deep Space Arcania within 30 days. Actually, nothing odd about that one. That's actually already within the purview of our agreement with the Peugeot Star Authority.
Is there permission to work in coordination with Commander Wright and yourself to facilitate the evacuation of any civilian assets still in the Peugeot subsector?
Granted. Directive 4. Defend Deep Space Arcania from capture.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Being a standing
This-
one, yeah.
This is considered the most important directive out of all of them by the Admiralty, as Arcania is the main line of defense that the 10th Expeditionary would have to rally around should all other directives fail.
Speaking of Deep Space Arcania, is there a strategic reason why Commander Wright is not present at this meeting?
Let me look. GM, is there a reason that we're not bringing her into this?
Looks like you have a role there.
Yeah,
Or I have
yeah.
a role there?
Yep. Law focus?
No.
No, okay. That's fine. Insight. Command, still spending a momentum, so I get the reroll. And fish. No fish.
She should be present. When you you quickly check your messages to see if she gave a notice of not attending, and you see that she is currently up to her eyeballs in maintaining the evacuation efforts. She can't step away.
Yeah.
She sends apologies, etc., etc.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, I would appreciate her presence here, and I will see to it that I inform her personally. the most important thing that Wright could be doing for us now is coordinating the evacuation efforts.
Understood, Captain. Then all the more reason for me to work in assisting her once this meeting is over.
Grennan nods.
So are those the only directives given from command?
Those are the 4 directives that have been provided to us for this mission. Yes.
Understood. I had Isala send you some data. You'll need to get in contact with your counterpart in the Quaqua and either tell him to come back to DSE or to head deeper into Quaqua space.
Okay.
And outside of this particular mission, I have received intelligence that I feel the need to make you all aware of. It would probably make me some kind of criminal to not make you aware of it. I have been contacted by what I can only assume to be members of Section 31.
Task.
Under any
do
other
I have
circumstance?
Clearance? Do I have clearance for that, or is Section 31 well known at this point?
It is not well known, but if the intelligence officer is telling you, he thinks you have clearance. Because he's the person who would decide whether or not you're wanted you not to know, he'd out.
Yeah.
More or less, you're in the room. I feel like you've got a right to know.
Yeah, I'm just trying to try to figure out how much knowledge does Arlen know about Section 31.
As a lieutenant junior, it probably wouldn't be a thing he'd ever about, especially as a not as a non-security or command track. It's not something he would have, unless you had an
Yeah.
intelligence background in one of your career.
Maybe like a vague rumor somewhere, because the lid did kind of get blown on that at DS9.
Yeah.
So
The boogeyman of intelligence.
yeah. Normal circumstances, I would certainly try to arrest them. There were 5, correct, Captain Myth?
Correct.
Your sensors. Okay. He'll put a pad on the table. A Galaxy-class starship. Without crew and not self-destructing. And with information that the Klingons could very much use to start a war if they felt inclined to.
Oh,
The
this thing just
Klingons
keeps
have
getting
found this
better
vessel
and-
and have not made any attempts to return it to the Federation.
It appears to have been found by House Subguta.
As I understand it, peacetime agreements between ourselves and the High Council would still default to the returning of a ship. Yes?
One would expect that, yes. The codes that they would have had to have used to access the ship, while old, would have, from what I can gather, come from a member of this organization. If they knew that, they might not want to inform us. If they view it as something outside, if they try to use the excuse if it's something outside the Federation, there's any number of ploys, tricks, or whatever they could try to use. Not that they would call them that, but I think you follow.
Understood.
Now, I would much like to get that just for the sake of destroying the information on that. 1, it's a weapon. 2, we don't want to war with the Klingons. Or any particular mess to just make relations worse.
And after all that hard work, being best friends with them.
That is part of why they've contacted me. They know that I know the leader of Subguta, Oda, and have worked with him. And we got along. We didn't kill each other, which I guess is getting along as far as Klingons go.
Yeah, I've had interactions with Oda as well.
And I have other friends within the Klingon Empire. Essentially, they don't want a war. It's not in their interests to start one, therefore they're telling me so that I can try to avoid one. And I'm telling you because, with the exception of one, you're my superior officers. And beyond that, you are members of this squadron and the relevant personnel. Especially given our current directives from the Admiralty.
So we have to fish out this Galaxy class as well.
I can attempt to locate it while we go carry on our regular operations of the evacuation of Federation personnel.
It may be worth reaching out to Oda and inquiring about this.
That is my intention, yes. I would.
Oda, he's like a new house leader, isn't he? Some bigwig and
I wouldn't say new. There are
Yes,
far
the
more
ha-
recent ones than him.
Yes, the House Subkita is actually a rather long-lived one.
but Oda is like the new council member or senator. That's not the
He's
right word.
the leader of the house, has been since the Bemoth planetfall incident.
So the past couple of years.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't
Is-
exactly keep abreast with Klingon on politics. Now,
Is there
Klingon Opera, on
anything-
the other hand,
Is there anything further
Sorry.
we need to address in this briefing, Captain?
Yes, I do believe I had one other thing. He's looking over the document. Where is it? Oh, yes. One further thing. I would suggest that you try to keep the number of people who know about these 4 directives to an absolute minimum, and run anyone who you plan to loop in on this matter by Barter and I. I don't normally do this kind of thing, but operational security is paramount.
I mean, you do realize it'll probably take my entire vessel to destroy the dust machine.
Right.
So that means more than likely my entire vessel is going to know we're destroying the dust machine.
And I'll work with you to make sure that everyone is cleared.
Right.
But we absolutely cannot let this leak.
Okay,
Lovely.
well, you know what I've requisitioned? I'm gonna start working on some solutions to our problem. But if there's nothing else, I'm gonna cut comms and get to it.
There you
Did
go.
you get schematics from the watch? I'm assuming they've been able to acquire something like that this time.
I have.
yeah,
I've I've acquired pretty much everything they got from the dust machine.
any schematics that we can have would be helpful on my end. I can start planning demolition, and if we need to, or at
I was
least
gonna
look
say,
for
Yeah, I will certainly, if we have that, pass it along when you get here, but I need to actually start doing things to give you that information.
Mhm.
Just making sure, because yeah, that
But if anyone needs me, you can contact me on the private frequency. Apart from that, I assume I'm going to be busy for the next up to 30 days.
Quite.
So, penned out.
Commander Barter.
Yes. Lieutenant Arlen.
With the idea of demolishing a large machine, I'll probably need to acquisition as a failsafe. I plan several tricobalt alt devices, at least a good dozen of them. If we could acquisition those without raising alarm, that would be helpful.
Sorry, you were trying to mix acquisition and requisition together.
Yeah.
Unless that's just the translator messing with Bolian, clearly.
It's a translator. Just play the translator.
Okay, I'll see what I can do in that regard.
I will,
yeah,
of course, request permission to loop in the relevant members of my senior staff.
That's like the best thing about not having a senior staff of my own right now.
Of course, Lieutenant Arlen has already been informed, but Lieutenant Max and Lieutenant Commander Dorja, at the very least, I believe would
Yes.
also be mission critical for this.
Correct.
And for getting those devices, I can try by myself. I might need to call in a favor with another head of security or two and get them to sign off as well. You know, if Starfleet Command gets the order and has several different ranking security members sign off on it, then they are more likely to approve. In that regard, I will try to not tell them, but depending on how hard they push, I will see about clearing them if they absolutely require to know before signing off. I think the destruction of the device is more pertinent than various high clearance officers knowing. With your permission, Captain.
Granted.
Okay. Well, I've got work to do. Unless there's anything else I need to be informed of or made a request of.
Well, nothing from me, Commander.
Grennan has to dismiss them.
Sorry. Well,
Thank
there's
you,
nothing-
by the way, Captain Myth, for the sensor support.
If
Of
there's
course,
nothing
ma'am.
else, then meeting dismissed.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Off to do
Thank you, sir.
jobs and tasks and things. And
Yes.
oh boy.
I like
You know, when I did that roll, like at the start, to say, "Hey, look, I've got nothing to do."
See,
I only have so many things to do.
See, I like the
Thanks.
fact that everyone has to wait for Grennan to dismiss them. Penn's just like,
And
no,
just
fuck
leaves.
off. I've got something serious to do. I'll get back to you if it's desperate.
Don't worry, I'll ding you later.
Arlen kind of hangs out in the room for like a half bit after everyone, and he leaves.
New scene. So, I know I have one token I put up, and I need to. Who the? Oh, okay. Boop. Boop. There we go. All right then. So, Each of you will have a chance to do an action. I'll just be going around the table, and each of you will be doing an action as time goes by. We are somewhat montaging a bit because the actions you are doing are quite extensive. So, and I need to. What? No. Where did it go? Hold on. Sorry, something's being complicated that didn't need to be complicated. So, who wishes to act first? Who wishes to get things done first before in the first round of this rather dire situation you found yourselves in? As for the Klingon interaction, that will be handled during the crossover.
Screw it. I'll go first. I would like to go over looking everything from the dust machine, especially for ways to self-destruct or anything I can use to scuttle a clusterfuck.
Reason plus engineering, difficulty 5, assisted by computers plus engineering of the Achilles.
Would I be able to direct someone on my ship to do that role for my action?
You could, yep. You could very well do that.
I mean, it would be Vesh more than likely. I just want to see what his score is. How do I have a better role?
So are you directing Vesh? Or are you doing it yourself?
No, I'm gonna have to do it myself.
All right.
Like, I'm not the engineer. How am I better at this role?
That's why you're the main. Yeah, that's why the camera stays on you for the most part and not Vesh. You're the hero.
Well, focuses. Would you allow the focus of starships?
Yes.
Glad that still fucking kicks in. This talent doesn't exactly work in this way that I'm looking at it, but would you allow the talent of exploit engineering flaw? I'll post it in Discord.
Yeah, but I can just pull up your sheet.
Oh yeah, that as well. Like, it's not the exact thing, but I'm literally looking for an engineering flaw to exploit.
In essence, that's what you're doing. You're kind of doing an exploit weakness task or scan for weakness task of sorts.
Yeah.
So it follows in spirit.
Yeah, so
So
basically...
it would activate to answer the question.
Yeah, so I'll just get a bonus momentum if I'm successful. Okay, let's look through medals, because... yeah. Okay, I've got a couple of medals, nothing that quite comes into play at the beginning of the roll, but I'm going to roll 6 challenge dice to see how much threat you get. You get 5. Oh, I've got it set to 1, dickhead. I'll do the Achilles first, that's computers engineering. So that's 5 with a comp. 1 second, I have got stuff for this.
Mm-hmm.
So I have the medal where I can gain 2 bonus or squash, so I'll use that for this. I also have the medal for when I make a successful task, I can gain 2 bonus momentum, so I'll do that as well.
Okay.
So I've technically got 3 bonus momentum.
So to answer what you looked into, you are the big problem with scuttling this thing is that the method of scuttling a vessel is of any starship is based on the premise of its reactor. You basically are forcing the EPS systems to overload and basically torch the entire ship, as well as an antimatter reaction to obliterate huge chunks of the ship. So Romans have a different idea with their microsingularities, but same idea. This thing's core doesn't exist anymore because it's been deactivated, and the people who were in it are no longer in it. So you would need to replace the core with something. You'd need to give it a reactor to power the systems to cause a scuttling effect. So that means you need to install a reactor, even in an ad hoc sense, to power up the ship and then get the ship to scuttle itself. Like, ships aren't necessarily designed with here's the big red scuttle button. It's more of you're just telling the ship, hey, you know all those safety things where I don't want you to blow things up? Go ahead. Just flood the ship with plasma and just overload everything. You're purposely overcharging something to blow itself up. Same way, it's almost like overcharging a phaser. It's the same principle. But if it doesn't have a battery, the phaser can't overload.
I'm going to spend one for a question. Do we have the resources, tools, or the possibility of making a makeshift reactor that will viable for this?
You could sacrifice your secondary reactor. Your secondary reactor could do the trick. You'll lose your power capacity drops by 5, but you could just rip it out and then use it as a makeshift way to scuttle. Won't be perfect, but it's better than any ad hoc you would throw together. Because any ad hoc you'd throw together would take weeks minimum. Like you'd need almost the entire month to build a reactor. But you already have one. You have your primary and your secondary. Your secondary is more of a fusion nuclear reactor type thing. So you just plug it in and tell it to overcharge. Now the trick with that, I will say for free, is that it doesn't provide the same amount. It doesn't provide enough power to fully power up the station. Because it only provides 5 on its own. This thing requires, if you wanted to blow it up, which the hell? Where'd my thing go? Sorry, I just lost my sheet for the desk machine. How did I do that? Where'd it go? Well, I can tell you while I'm looking that you'd need to have at least 10 power. So with a secondary reactor, you would need to do basically a power management system to overcharge it, and then you could tell it to blow itself up. So it's not a perfect solution, but it is a way. There is a way to force it to work.
I mean, would the Achilles still be able to run just on its secondary reactor?
Yeah, basically you would drop down to your max power. Your
Down to 5, yeah.
But in theory, you could lose your core and still operate. It's just you're not going super fast. Secondary reactor is meant to be an emergency core, in a sense.
If well, if that's the case, I've still got 2 bonus. Is it possible to create the advantage of ease of access of integrating the Achilles' primary core into the dust machine? Like, because we have the schematics, we know what our end looks like, we've got the data for that end. So like we have all the tools needed for it. Just the advantage of people are competent enough to do it.
Yeah, for 2, you could establish that advantage.
Okay, and that's the last of the bonus momentum. That's going to be my task for now. So next round, I'm putting my warp core into a station.
Who is next?
Okay. I need to requisition those devices, the explosives, so that everyone has them.
Or would it have been relatively easy for me to have sent that plan back to the fleet captain and Vada?
Oh yeah, you could have sent that on your channels, yeah.
Yeah, so I would have informed you I have a legitimate way to scuttle the ship. We probably don't need explosives.
Oh, okay. Sweet. I don't need to requisition that then.
But my C4.
Also, we don't need quantum torpedoes.
Lovely. So that means we definitely don't need tricobalt explosives.
Good.
'Cause I was like, that is a lot. Okay. In that case, time to whisper in ears and pull strings and see if anyone's heard anything about a Galaxy-class ship. Because we know that its transponder is gone, or is off, so we don't know where it is. We just know that it exists and where it was, and where it's probably heading.
I can't think of. There we go. Presence plus security, difficulty opposed, assisted by the squadron influence plus its reputation.
Okay, presence security. Lovely. Either chain of command or lead by example.
Lead by example.
For being the one that's doing the, hey, a ring, have you heard? Okay.
Have you heard the word?
Yes. Okay. And when it comes to... I mean, Midnight Special Agent trait? For people that are well positioned to hear things a lot of the time.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay, and this is relevant to Klingons, and I happen to be an ally of House Telpog. And House Subguta, while friends with them, is not, they're not the same house. So or is that a potential detriment as well?
Your complication, if you use that, your jumps to 3.
Okay. Would that be... Yeah, I like that. Make my life more difficult. List of favors, let's go.
Should I say, Violet, your rep is 5, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because the influence rep roll would be a 15.
Okay, they're retirees, they wouldn't really help. Adler's currently still in a coma, I believe. This was above the woohoo sector, correct?
Yes. To give you a more,
It was somewhere this direction.
to give you an exact idea, because you would know, it was here.
Okay. Yeah, I don't actually have favors from anyone out that far outside the Quaqua. I mean, actually, no, I've got Star Admiral Koshi as a favor.
And she's
So that could be
the
more useful diplomatically. I don't know. This is preventing a different war. It's also still very important. So yeah, well, if she is useful to this as a favor.
You can pull her as a favor, sure.
Well,
She gets intelligence as well from her, so
yeah, exactly. She has access to a lot. I have 2 favors with her, so I'll just remove one of those. I'm glad I banked those earlier, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's 3 at the moment. Nice. I have a second one of these, and I feel like it. You only get 3.
okay. Sounds OP, but all right.
Nerf, please.
No, please. Yeah. Wow. We'll see what you roll first before I start trying to figure out what I need to do.
And you get 1 from your rep roll.
Nice.
Da-da-da.
So you got 4, and then you got 2 from Koshi, or did you get 1 from Kosha?
She's not rolling assist. I think she's just a hit.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, she's just a hit, yeah.
So you got 5.
6.
6, so you got 1 from elsewhere then.
Oh, no, I've got Midnight, Telpark, Koshi. So I have 6. That's 7.
Oh, okay. Well, that's I'm just going to put it in chat.
Wow.
And
God. Okay.
That doesn't sound good.
Okay, I see how we just use. I still got my bolt roll. I haven't done that yet. There we go.
Hey!
The reason I didn't roll it immediately was I might need to determination the both of them and then save the thing for a reroll on top of that. But no.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, that was a lot of crits.
Yeah.
What's your total amount of hits?
9.
9.
Just noting that for later. So I just gotta check something here.
We can diff 9 intelligence.
Do. Someone's not gonna like that roll at all.
I can make
Probably
it
on
harder. I can reroll the second with a determination.
probably on Saturday. It's not going to enjoy that roll.
I'm not going to reroll it for the determination. That's mean, but you know.
1 second, I'll be right back.
Just imagine them hearing that rolling like, what the fuck?
Yeah, Myth, to answer your question, Myth, I honestly don't think I'd be going that fast if I'm giving up the main reactor.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm just trying to think, like, are you going to be able to sustain a warp speed?
I'd assume so.
Are you? Yeah, well, because like Brendan said, it was like a fusion reactor. So I don't know if you can generate a warp bubble with that or not.
It just means I'll be setting off early and saying, hey, fuckers, come get me.
Yeah.
I mean, in theory, you can set up a warp bubble with the fusion drive. It'll just be difficult because you don't have all the energy requirements. So you might be doing like warp 1.3.
Warp 1.3 would be enough to outrun an explosion at least. It's like if you can even hit like, warp 2, warp 3 maybe. That's something.
Yeah, in theory, you can use a fusion drive to set up a warp bubble.
Or, before I'm about to set it off, I can say, hey, one of the 2 ships that's in this squadron, come give me a tow.
Yeah, no, that too, but it's like, I'm thinking more in terms of getting away from the immediate vicinity of the dust machine, while still being able to keep it on sensors. Because if something goes wrong, you don't want to leave it with a partially powered core of Federation origin for other people to see.
True.
I'm back, and I heard all the nasty things you're saying about.
It's all
Yeah.
true.
All right, so Varder, there's a particular file that I'm sending you the link to that will a certain Starfleet intelligence file you're able to access. Which was highly encrypted due to the fact that they have a rather skilled spy master in their rank. So this was actually really difficult. And it's a very wealthy house, so digging into their affairs was not a minor thing. And if they want to find out if you found out, they have to roll your difficulty to figure it out. So.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, Calder is not going to enjoy that on Saturday.
Sure, you want to do that? Yes, diff 9.
But in short, I will say that as part of the battle record, the Galaxy class during the battle crashed into the Udry battleship and was detonated by a officer during the fight to try to save the squadron. So that Galaxy class is gone, along with several meters of a Udry battleship.
Okay. Well.
But there is a report that one of their scavenger teams was able to basically grab a ton of isolator chips out of the core.
Yep. Well. That is at least smaller.
And those bits are they haven't gotten back to the Sigutta main fleet. They are currently sitting aboard the Herknajij or Dark Spear, which is located up your nose. No.
Oh shit.
That'd be easy to reach then.
They are.
Don't worry, we can pick on them later.
The Herknajij as well as its commander Hona are currently in the Stazda system.
Okay.
Those are syllables that you mashed together.
Do we know if they have a... Actually, let me double check. It might be in the log. There's a lot of log.
There is.
It's a hefty log.
Just I'm going to ask anyway because you might know, and I might not see it in the log while I'm skimming it.
Yep.
Is he intending to move anywhere, as far as we know or are aware?
That will cost you a momentum.
Let me pull open this because we've got the one and there's other people. So one of my medals for the meme, the Order of the Batleth. Let's use the Klingon one against the Klingons.
What is that doing for you?
Generating 2 bonus momentum.
So you're spending one of those to ask that question. So according to more personal log, because the log you're looking at is the head log, and usually that has more information. But there's trouble in paradise, as it were, as it seems that Lord Captain Oda is having issues maintaining discipline with Commander Hona. Because the standing order was that, to give you an idea where they were supposed to be versus where they are. Pull you here. So he was supposed to. Where'd my Klingon thing go? It's not that big. He was basically here when he made contact and reported in. He then went here, essentially.
So he's well off route.
He's basically acting independently.
Okay.
Additionally, it seems that there was a discussion. This part hasn't been logged, I don't believe. I'm going to make sure they haven't said it yet. They haven't written it down anywhere. They might not have. So I don't think that's been fired in. Nope, it hasn't been fired into the logs yet. So what I can tell you is that there is he still maintains the rank of War Master. So technically he is the War Master of House of Forces, but he was ordered to maintain position until first, and then he basically seemed to just outright disregard and went and made contact with a alien vessel and then moved here. That's the current position of the Herknajij as well as the Kulu, his 2 Rasa ships that he has under his command under the aegis of as War Master.
Okay. I just thought of something that would be kind of... Oh, that'd be an interesting move. He's dishonored, and a menial task would be transporting someone. Sort of like, hey, Oda, would you mind sending this guy to come pick me up so I can have a word with you? That could work. It could actually work.
And according to intelligence, that's where the escalator ships are still aboard the Herknajij.
Okay.
Further to answer your question, supposedly they were supposed to gather up in the Luluri system. That seems to be the overall battle plan.
Okay.
Part of that battle plan was these guys were supposed to stay where they were until they were told to come. So who knows what they're gonna do, because they've already broken orders so far.
So far as interception goes, they're actually moving closer to us if they followed orders. Okay.
Any other questions?
I don't know. I do have the 1 extra bonus still. Do I have how deep in shit is he? Or is that just known? Because I'm pretty sure I know he's in trouble.
For momentum, I'll answer that.
Okay.
So one of your bonus. There apparently was a conclave of the senior members of the family of House of Gita. But no action. No, there are no standing house orders. he seems to be under suspicion, and he's being watched carefully. Like, there rumors are that he was going to lose and was going to be pulled off his vessel. Oh no, someone did say something. I take that back.
Yeah, I think it was Oda.
No, it was Keldar, of all people. Yeah, so this part as well. But in short, it looks like they're going to remove him from War Mastership and force him back to his own house vessels, because he's the Joe of Amdris,
Okay.
or the Lord of Amdris, I should say.
Okay, that definitely allows room to act, or more room for a Starfleet officer to try and acquire those Isolinian chips from him. Okay, good to know. Just information in the back pocket.
Yep. Any other questions?
No,
Very well.
that just allows me to be a little bit more brazen if he's not the War Master.
Whom is next? He currently is, though.
Yes, but if he's on the line for not being,
Yeah.
I can go next. I guess.
No.
Well, I mean, I wanted to help out Wright with coordinating this withdrawal, I guess. Especially on the civilian side of things.
It's called Control Command Difficulty 3. You can choose if you're the assister or the main roller. Let me look at Wright's sheet here real quick to see if she should be the main roller or not.
Mhm.
She does have Cautious Command. Her target number with Control Command is 11. 8 and 3, basically. She has no
Alright.
focus.
Hmm.
She could bring the difficulty down due to hands-on trait, though. And she does have the Star-Crossed decoration.
Okay, she has a reroll, which I don't. I do have a better flat roll, but I don't think I have a focus either, so I think she should lead.
Okay.
Does the reroll?
I assume spending one.
Yeah.
Starcross doesn't help here, really, because she doesn't have... It would put her focus from 1 to 2.
Mm-hmm. Damn it.
oh no. There we go.
Okay.
Is it assisted by DSE?
It would be Comms Command. DSE.
Okay, 1 second.
Okay. I was gonna say, if you'd want me to, use one of my favors, you could, but that looks like we're good anyway.
Got there.
Yeah, no, you're able to assist Commander Wright in her efforts to organize the withdrawal. From the information you get, the biggest problems are evacuations from Wudra and Peugeot and Kekaflu.
Mhm.
Those are the
Bless
big
you.
moves. There's not a whole lot of people in the because there hasn't been enough peacetime in those regions for Federation people to really put in there. There's a couple of Ferengi that are trading out there. but and so therefore there's probably some Federation merchants out that way as well, because at least unofficially. But because you do have a line of, there's no broken lines back home, so it's just a matter of making sure, hey, come this way, go, like basically telling people, hey, if you want to leave Wudra, the fastest way is to do this. The most secure way is to do. Fastest way is to do this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kakaflu, just do this. Peugeot, you probably want to do this, or just do this. Because most people would do the slowest way possible. Not what slowest way possible, but the most well-known routes,
Mm-hmm.
which aren't the most efficient way to get places necessarily.
Right.
They're just the safest ways. So,
But we've got
also
30 days, so
well, consider these guys. They need those routes to not be too inefficient, because these guys don't move at your speed. They move at civilian speed, which is like warp 5. They
Mhm.
move super slow.
Warp 5, warp 6 type deal.
Yeah. The only big question mark that Commander Wright has at the end of it is she is hearing nothing. She's had no contact from the doctor. That's actually what she's been working on. That's why she couldn't show up to the meeting. She's been trying desperately to find out where she is on Wudra, and she has no idea. And it's driving her nuts, but she can't deploy anything out there because she needs every shuttle, every freighter she has to maintain the evacuation.
All right. I'll see if I can get authorization from the fleet captain to take the plank directly to Wudra and withdraw the doctor and any other personnel that may be in the area. Any personnel or citizens.
I would greatly appreciate it. I'll also say that there are some knowing the watch, I would say that we want to be careful, because there are some Federation watch members who may wish to stick around to maintain the tenants, as it were. And not all of them agree with the Midnight Captain about cooperation with the Federation. Unfortunately, they still are Federation citizens, so we need to make them leave. So there's that possibility as well. Which also means I haven't been able to get in contact with the Midnight Captain. So there's two problems, really. But one's the one officially I can worry about, and the other I can only unofficially worry about.
As I said, I will make all attempts to withdraw any Starfleet personnel and Federation citizens.
She nods. Whom
Well,
is
I better
next?
Get that prepped.
Yeah.
I either need to bring Wright up to speed, or I need to reach out to Sir Grennan.
Probably want to reach out to Sir Grennan.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I gotta reach out to Sir Grennan.
Presence plus command, difficulty 3.
Phenomenal.
Assisted by influence plus rep.
Okay. Diplomacy focus.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna spend that momentum. Rerolling that comp.
I believe you're a 5 for rep.
Me? No.
Then you're a 4.
Yeah.
Then that's still a hit then.
Nice.
4? That's a target number of 11. Oh, plus influence. Never mind.
Yeah, and I calculated that one correctly.
So you are able to get in diplomatic contact with Sir Harmon Grennan in the employ of Star Admiral Koshi. Yes. How can I help you?
How are things standing over there?
I would say not great. Yeah.
Yep. Well, things are about to get, let's just say they're going to get worse before they get better. And I can't give you all the details, but
Oh, of course not.
Trust me, this isn't meant to come across as a threat. I suggest that you either return to Federation space or you dig in hard.
Well, I can't go into details myself, and I don't want to come off as contrarian, but I've been asked by the Star Admiral to go on a mission, so I'm gonna go do that.
That is very Grennan phrasing.
Okay. Well, I thought I would at least give you the warning that now is the time where you should really pick where you want to be, let's just say.
Tell him the.
Well, let me put it to you this way. Perhaps you should remember who our friends are. And recall that we are here to make friends, not enemies. He looks at you meaningfully, but you've been two different people for a long enough time that you're not entirely sure what he's driving at. You might know that on your own. If you can figure it out, go. But it's not immediately obvious what he's driving.
Hmm. Yeah.
Maybe
Almost
just
like he's being very careful what he's saying because his side's monitored.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. I've got an idea. I think he's I mean I'm assuming then he's throwing in his lot with Star Admiral Koshi and her side of things. Is the best I can reason. Well, stay safe, Sir Grennan.
Stay safe, Fleet Captain.
I don't know if I liked that.
Hey, junior officer, what are you gonna do in all this mess?
I'm not entirely sure. I feel like I'm way out of my league here, but do we have schematics from the dust machine?
Yes.
Awesome. I am going to work on those schematics and try to find key locations to. Oh, fun. Find key locations and to place power generators and how to wire up its EPS grid in such a way that it short circuits and creates lots of fun, pretty, sparkly explosions.
you do
So
realize
basically try it. Go ahead.
the updated plan, right?
Yeah, the updated plan is to plug in your secondary reactor into.
No. We're plugging in the
power
main
supply.
reactor. Like a full-on warp core.
Oh, I missed that part. The full warp core in there. Okay.
Stop that, GM.
Why is the threat pool going away?
He's moving ships.
only mean good things. It means the GM has less threat to spend.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's how that works.
Yeah, I suppose I could just look over the schematics of the dust machine and make sure that it's make sure or that when we do push the self-destruct button, it will be destroyed, and if there's any contingency or secondary explosions we might need to trigger.
Insight plus engineering, difficulty 3.
Technical insight as a focus.
Yes.
I suppose the dust machine is definitely not my ship.
No.
You know what, GM, have fun. And 3 threat.
Sure. I like threat. I have something to spend it on.
Let's make this interesting. Also, 1 more momentum.
You've established an advantage to try, specifically to help not only help with the scuttling of the ship, but also having contingency plans in case certain relays don't do what you expect them to do, and having like pre-planned shunts and diversions and bypasses to make sure that the overload, that some automated safety feature doesn't fire and save a part of the ship. Like, no, I want you to overload.
Okay, so what we do is we take the relay switches and we hold them open with C4 and then route that into the EPS systems. Yes.
What's this C4 you keep talking about?
Arlen wants
Oh,
big
wow.
boom.
I think C4 is a pretty small boom in this era.
Strategic operation update. There is movement of the various ships in the subsector. No engagements have occurred, but it is obvious that they are everyone's positioning and mobilizing.
Sure, that's gonna have to force up my plan then, isn't it?
Who wishes to act in the new round of montage as the days race by?
How many days went by?
To give you an exact, let me see. 1 second.
I might have another idea for or more help on the big boom.
Hold that thought while I'm calculating, because if you start saying numbers, I'm going to be thrown, and I'll be very angry.
And you wouldn't like
But
him
how
because
far would
an
it be
angry
for?
Canadian.
But how far will you be thrown? Like in terms of meters?
I will throw you out of the channel.
I will also server mute you.
Oh. Roughly 18 and 3/4 day.
What, have passed or is left?
Has passed.
Out of 30. Well, I need to put that core in the fucking ship and blow it.
First, another thing I just thought of, can we set up engineering any plans to ensure that not only is this thing scuttled, but the parts are twisted, warped, or vaporized in such a way that there's no way they can even look at the look at the remains and reconstruct this.
For momentum, I'll answer that.
Yes.
2 warp cores. That would absolutely annihilate every molecule of that ship. 1 warp core, because scuttling is meant to destroy a significant portion of a ship to the point that it's mostly useless to bother grabbing the scrap. But there's bits of scrap. You can still grab some duranium Unless it's a
and if you
Romulan
grab
vessel.
Yeah, and if you grab enough scrap, they could reconstruct it. And I believe the
Oh.
idea is we don't want a second dust machine.
Now, alternatively, well, whether you'd be able to build a whole dust machine is questionable. But there's two ways you do it. You to absolutely obliterate any trace of this thing is either 2 warp cores or 1 singularity core. Like a Romulan style singularity core doesn't destroy through annihilation. It destroys through a black hole destabilization, and it just obliterates everything around it. So there is, because starships because Starfleet kind of, when they blow up cores, they kind of want debris to be there, like a little bit. That way they can find out if a friendly ship got blown up. Because who cares if you take duranium? They're like, what do we care? You're taking some hull plate. You use the same stuff. Who cares? We destroyed all the important parts. But you might care for the dust machine.
I mean, I don't think we need to completely disintegrate it.
He said at his court
I-
martial.
I'm just worried about someone reconstructing in key components. It's from scrap, or at least reconstructing in plans of how this thing was once put together. 2 warp cores seems out of line since we're already sacrificing 1. But could we?
Here's the second one coming from.
Can we find a way of augmenting in the self-destruct sequence using conventional explosives? Conventional explosives is keyed up in key locations, so that when the self-destruct goes off, they go off and it obliterates its key components of bridge engineering and weapon systems.
You would basically need for momentum on.
Take a moment.
You would basically need to empty the entire complement of a starship's of a scale 4 or higher of torpedoes. You're basically just dumping every torpedo you have into it, and then you're just blowing it away. You could use lesser explosives, but it takes time. If you're trying to get it within a certain time frame, like you're trying to hurry, dumping without having to build explosives from scratch. If you want to build things from scratch, that is more controlled, but usually you only control explosives if you don't care, because you're trying to preserve parts of what you're exploding. If you're just blowing something away, it's raw firepower. Because consider this, the dust machine's resistance is 17.
Oh, 17.
14, 17. And even then, it wouldn't take breaches normally unless 8. Because of how sturdy it is. So this thing is really hard to damage, even when it's inert. The only reason that it's being blown up at all is because of the antimatter reaction you're causing through the EPS system.
All right, so if we can't atomize the debris, what if we sweep it underneath a rug? Is there a nearby planetary system?
Relatively, there is a nearby system. It is the Quay system is the nearest star system.
Would anyone be upset if we swept the dust into the Quay system?
So, I'll stop you on that one. We're supposed to be keeping this a secret. Hey, Federation vessel, why are you pushing a station into, say, our sun? I don't know.
That's why I was asking. Is the Quay system claimed by anyone?
Yes, it's by the Woohoo.
It's because we like our station sunny side up.
If you were gonna push it along, well, if it's just dust, I suppose you could tractor the big old dust cloud and drag it there at warp.
Or propel the.
If you propel it at slower than FTL, it will take 20 years to get there.
We have 30 days, not 30 years.
Just to give you an idea of scale.
Technically, we have 11 days.
I mean, yes.
All right. Captain and Pend, you're on site. Are any of these concerns stuff we should be worried about, or are we just gonna take the big boom we have and run with it? I might just be overanalyzing at this point.
You are definitely overanalyzing at this point.
We'll bet.
A little bit. Alright, so what can I do to help? You know what? Come back to me. I might have another idea.
Okay. I don't take that as an action. You're just asking questions, and that's what
I'm
Momentum
just
Obtain
asking
Information's
questions.
for. Yep. So if anyone wants to take an action, feel free.
Can I swift task an action?
You could.
Okay. I'm going to keep that in my back pocket for now, if anyone else wants to go first.
I can go to Wudra. I think that's the thing on my list. But the doc isn't here.
Don't worry. I have alternative ways to handle.
Oh, okay. Love the sound of that.
You could just leave her behind. I'm sure she won't mind that.
She might not.
I mean, I can always be like, yo, Captain, Midnight Captain, fella, lad, where's my doctor?
Lad, buddy, pal.
Ow.
I can always potentially do that. I mean, technically, Wright can badge him too, I think.
So could I.
You're right, all of us can. Oh, yeah, you can, yeah. Oh, right, sorry, tried, okay. So there's something happening there. I don't know.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I've got the separate mental connection with Adler, but she's in a coma. Last I know.
So, yeah, I guess I'm doing that. My plan is before I'm departing DSE. My plan is to take the plank to Wudra, and then, knowing Penn's plan, be ready to warp tow the Achilles out of the Petro subsector after that. Now, no plan survives first contact and all that, so.
Are you bringing along your chief engineer?
Yes.
Is someone resigning in protest of these orders?
Clearly.
Yeah, Carter.
Sorry, I was busy in the lab. Captain, where are we headed? Captain
The
Myth?
Maxwell Plank is exfiltrating Starfleet personnel and Federation citizens from Wudra. And then we are going to rendezvous with Captain Penn.
All right. I can do that, and I will be in the engine room getting as many Cochranes out of this baby as I can.
There are very strict guidelines on which thresholds not to breach, Lieutenant. Make sure you do not.
Well, not that threshold. We
Good.
don't acknowledge that episode exists.
Previous experience has suggested that the Warp 10 barrier cannot be safely handled by organics. We totally acknowledge that episode.
Control Command, difficulty 4, complication range 2, might plus rep to assist. This covers you warping to Wudra and also having a vector to warp it straight to the Achilles on a moment's notice.
Why do I just see temporal mechanics and go, yeah, that's the right focus for this?
No.
If the
No.
Victoria was here, it totally.
I mean, it is. I am planning out time stuff. It happens to be in accordance with the
Regular flow of
universe's
time.
linear flow of time. That
Yeah.
doesn't mean I'm not thinking about time.
We are technically time traveling at this moment.
Yes.
But in shortened.
Yeah, I do not have focus here. I think I'm going to spend determination toward mission directive here.
Which directive?
The third one.
Okay.
I think it's that one, right? Let me check the pin.
Actually, smarter thing to do would be this. And it's all one thing, and I can pin it.
Where would you get the asteroid?
You know how many asteroids there are in space? We can find one.
Yeah. Yeah, directive 3 there.
There is no box, man.
Cool.
Right.
Yeah, spending that, and then I'll spend the 2 momentum for a third die. Comp 2.
Oh wait, what am I talking about? What am I talking about? The ship would assist with engines plus command, not might plus rep. The whole fleet isn't going there. It's just you.
That's fair.
Could I assist, or would that consume my role?
That would consume your roll, but you could assist.
5. I don't think I need the assist. Should I go to comp 5?
I'm trying to be helpful.
I could. Yeah, I'm activating augmented control and going to comp 5. Or is it comp 4? Yeah, it's comp 4, sorry.
Trying to take a dive. I see how it is.
Yeah.
I know you're trying to take down the organics with you, but never
Alright,
trust a
that's
synth.
4 successes from me. Plus 2 from my termination spend, so that's 6 total.
We need
And
engines.
Ship. Yep. Engines.
Engines command? Yeah, that makes sense. Just gonna.
It's a weird combination, I know.
Damn it! Damn it!
Do you have a medal to squash?
Yeah, I do. I'll spend a medal to squash.
So the Maxwell Planck has warped its way into the capital system of the Woohoo Illuminated Worlds, the Wudra system, where you are seeing where you're seeing even various ships of the new battlecruiser design floating around, as well as some being built in their shipyards. Some of that role was also you actually telling them, "Hey, here's what I'm here for. Please let me in." And like, huh? Okay, we're watching you. Yep, I know. You know, can I go here? Can I go over there? Hey, by the way, I need an exit vector. Which way? This way. Why? Because evacuation. Oh, okay, go ahead. You know. But yeah, who is the next mover?
I can get my shit done and out the way.
Bet you would.
GM, you're probably gonna take a momentum for a question.
Probably.
If I added the secondary core to the explosion, would that do the job?
It would increase the blast. Let me think. Hold on. Let's look at your sheet and add up your total power versus its total power.
Yeah, I'm a 15.
Might just be worth it to dump your torpedo complement onto the dust machine, honestly.
15 to its.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I just want to get that idea out the way.
It would. Would it? you'd want to power manage it just a little bit extra, and that would do it. Basically, you'd be doing warp core and a half plus a little bit more, and that should do it.
But that would also leave no evidence of Federation tech.
That's another question.
Sure.
Yes, it would, because there'd be energy signature. If someone was looking in the area where the Dusk Machine was, they'd notice an antimatter reaction occurred, and if they're familiar with energy signatures of starships from the Federation, they might not know it's the Achilles in particular, but they know it was a Federation signature rather than a Peugeot or a Klingon or Romulan, because those give off different energy signatures. But you're not looking for debris at that point. You're looking for trace amounts of like plasma and stuff like that,
Yeah, and that's even more difficult.
and subspace tearing and stuff like that. So you'd have to look pretty hard and have to know what you're looking for.
Magnetic subspace pulse would disperse it.
That's a question that you'd have to spend momentum for.
That's not worth it at this point. I'm throwing silly ideas on the wall.
Well, if that's the case, GM, I would like to order my crew to install both of my cores aboard the Dust Machine, juice them, and blow the fucker.
How do
Okay.
you plan to survive?
Maneuver thrusters away.
I mean,
We're not close range anymore.
I'd order it while we're like at the edge of the system as well. I'm not gonna be sat right next to it and go, "Hey, blow!"
Well, you'd almost want to be kind of right there, and then starting to slowly maneuver away, and then set it that way. Because once you're at medium range, in case something goes wrong, you can turn around and come back. Because you'd hate to leave everything there, get ready to blow it up, and very slowly move to extreme range, and then
But yeah.
pirates! Like it takes us forever to come back.
But yeah, like I said, we can still blow it and not be in the blast.
Oh yeah, easily. Just a matter of just making sure you have, because you'd have at least you'd have your bare minimum power, like your emergency power supplies, which last you for a couple days.
I mean, we'd also have
Just enough time for your ship.
the
Go ahead.
shuttle's warp cores as well.
I'm sorry.
Shuttles have like smaller warp cores,
Yeah.
so we'd
I
still
believe
have
those are
some.
counted as part of your emergency power, honestly.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. So we'd still have power,
Well, yeah.
like not to get away, but we'd still have surviving power.
Yeah.
You
Well,
have life support and lights.
yeah. We're getting into the weeds here.
Yeah. Difficulty 5 or 6. Comp range any higher?
Control command diff 5, assisted by comms plus command of the ship. Part of the increased complication originally it was diff 3, but it gets worse because even though I imagine you're being very forthright and coming with your crew about what's going on, given the way you were talking during the meeting, some of your junior officers are a lot more need to know about it, and that actually slows progress down a bit.
Yeah, that's fair. Do you want to spend to increase the comp?
No, I'm fine.
Well, I thought I'd give you the option.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm kind.
I need to keep. I need to keep some to keep the bonfire going.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Would you
Advice to other GMs out there: do not overspend your threat, because if you overcommit, you have nowhere else to go.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, go ahead.
Would you allow the trait of commanding presence?
I would. Yep.
Would you allow the trait of old salt? This isn't the first time I've had to deal with junior officers not liking a decision I'm making. And I know how to deal with that.
Yeah. Though I will slap back with one of your own traits, threatening.
Okay, so I'll just cancel out old salt then with that one.
Yep.
Hopefully, I don't
Quick
get
draw also
dinged.
applies too for some reason, and people don't like cybernetic left legs. No, I'm just kidding. That,
Yeah.
that would make neither of those make sense. Yeah, no. I have no other reason to pick on you.
Yeah, it's fine. Focus of team dynamics.
Yep. And your rep's like 5 or 4, so it's not like you have a bad rep in general. People are just scared and think you're doing something scary. It's like he is, but it's a good thing. Don't worry, he's not the bad guy, we swear. He looks so scary. Well, yeah, because he's mad. Of course he looks scary.
Am I able to use my palm leaves for this? No.
Yeah, they're not being violent. They're just your officers are just being inefficient.
Yeah. No, as soon as I asked it, I was like, no, that makes no sense.
Yeah. If they're mutinying, maybe. That's a different problem altogether.
So, I'm going to spend my determination for
To what?
mission directive. After I've been literally the first directive is destroy the dust machine.
Yep, I will take that directive.
And I will give you 5 threat. But yeah, that gets me up to 4.
And I'm going to spend 2 threat. It won't make your job harder necessarily, but as you're about to prepare, you get a transmission.
From
Sir Harmon Grennan.
I'll take it in my ready room. Sir Grennan, I don't really have time for this. What do you need?
Sorry to bother you, Captain. I don't think you're going to like what I'm about to say. But, Pend, I'm going to have to ask you to stop whatever harebrained scheme you have cooked up, because I know you, I know the Federation, and if this was all going on, I have a really good feeling that you're not just going to let the Dusk Machine sit there. So, I'm asking you, friend to friend, he shrugs, to not blow it up. It needs to stay with the Quaqua. If you destroy it, you're setting them back over 100 years.
One, I don't like what either you or the fleet captain has to say most of the time.
Aw.
Two, no, I'm not your friend. And C,
Wait.
yeah, precisely. And yeah, and C, I'm doing what I believe is the best choice for this sector, whether you like it or not. So, I thank you for your suggestion, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to cut this call short, and I'll cut comms.
You're being hailed again.
By whom?
Star Admiral Koshi.
Jesus Christ. I mean,
As you see on extreme range sensors, the entirety of the Cooley fleet is getting really close. Apparently, they were falsifying their signals, and they confused your intelligence officers, making it look like they were way further out than everyone thought they were. It's almost like they had a Starfleet officer helping them out. Whoops.
okay, I can play this into my advantage. So the plan will still be going ahead, but yeah, I'll open comms with Star Admiral Kosha.
Captain?
Star Admiral, I've just been contacted by your Sir Grennan. I assume you're going to contact me on the same issue.
I'm just asking you to honor your alliance.
My alliance was with the Steel Prince.
No, we've got a squadron alliance.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to be a dick about this for a moment.
Welcome to combat. It's an obvious bald-faced lie. Because she's the individual you were doing the oath with. So your difficulty range goes up to 6. Complication range goes up to 5.
So
because you're trying to do this.
5.
Yeah. Because now she cuts the comms, and without having to wait for a sensor guy to tell you, you know exactly what's going to happen next. So you know you don't have a whole lot of time.
You know, I was gonna say I still have a favor with her, but oh well.
I mean, is this like actual combat or a?
It's a
social.
If you don't, it's a well, that's not social combat. It's straight up a. What I mean to say is that if you stay there, you'd have to fight her entire fleet. Which I imagine that's not your goal. Your goal is to blow this thing up and try to escape.
Well, I did have a different goal. I was trying to goad her into maybe a conversation, but yeah, that's clearly not happening now.
No. Yeah, there was a standing complication with her that she wasn't gonna get. It was, I give you one warning. If I hear a no in any way, the conversation's over. Which you didn't know that. The only way to have known that was if a certain somebody managed to learn from Sir Grennan what Star Makoshi was up to.
Well, fuck it. The plan's going ahead, but I'm gonna have to do this roll now. So I'll tell you what I was going to try and do before this clearly fucking happened.
Yeah.
I was gonna try and stall Koshi enough to open a broad frequency to all the parties and tell them exactly what I was about to fucking do.
Doesn't that, go against your directives?
It would. But it's also a case of everyone calm the fuck down or I'm going to blow the station up.
You could send that out as you're giving orders.
Because, like I said, this is basically...
We won't have an Achilles game.
Yeah, that's right. To be fair, at this stage it's a bit too fucking late. I've got this roll to do.
Yeah, because even if you did do that, you still needed the roll to make sure the boom goes off the way you want it to.
Yeah.
Because right now they're not at current timeline. They aren't in range to stop you yet. But if you wait too long, they'll get in range, and then it becomes a whole other set of mechanics are gonna click into place.
Well, I've got 2 palm leaves. I'm going to use both of them for this one because this is quite literally trying to stop something escalating to combat.
Hold on. I'm half with you there. I gotta read it to make myself feel better.
Persuade task in an effort to prevent violence. The character may reduce the difficulty of the persuade task by 1 to a minimum.
Then I
of
have
1.
to. The keywords persuade. I have to say no, because you're giving control command is you giving orders to your crew. You're not persuading them. You're giving them direct orders in a very detailed way, so it goes off the way you need it to.
Okay. Well,
if you had the complication removed of she being willing to talk, then you could have talked her down at least. But Grannon wasn't able to get that advantage for you. Well, rather remove that complication.
Well, I mean, I've already done all the spends for this, haven't I?
Huh?
Well, I spent everything for the diff 5 roll. It's just increased to a diff 6 and a comp 5.
Yeah.
So like I said, I've already done all my spends for it. All I gotta do is just up the comp range.
Oh, diff goes down by 1. I just realized, because of Arlen, or comp goes down, whichever you want.
I'll take the diff down by 1.
Because that was the whole point of that last round, was him edge and blowing this thing up.
So how would you describe this situation? Because I know I've got some milestones.
In essence, we're basically montaging through what would normally be a whole episode of Achilles of your away team racing around, trying to get the core set up, trying to make sure everything overloads, getting the second reactor built in, and you probably yelling at them, guys. They're like, "Oh, we need another hour." You don't have it. I have ships ready to shoot us, and yeah, blow this. We need to leave, so blow this up, or we're screwed.
I mean, I think I have one for like ordering my crew to do things. Obviously, not for this exact situation.
Well, yeah, no,
But I know I have one for
a do or die situation.
Yeah, like I said, I know I have one for ordering my crew to do things. That's about it. So would that be a viable one?
Oh, say it again. Sorry.
So I know I have one milestone for like ordering my crew specifically to do things. Like,
Okay.
like commanding them to do something. So if I needed to spend that milestone, would that be viable?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, just making sure because, like I said, not the usual type of role I'm making here. So I've already got 2 from the determination spend. Technically, if it's Pat Benatar, it'll be them trying to hit me with their best shot. Okay, I do have a reroll. Normal reroll. So that's 2, 4, 6, 7. We gain 2. And the comp was a nat 20.
Plus the ship. Oh, you already roll.
Oh no, sorry, shit. 1 second. So it's comms command.
Yeah.
Not the best roll, and that's comp 5 as well, I believe.
Yes. There you go. The Dusk Machine is destroyed. However, the Achilles is dead in space.
Emergency comms, come fucking pick me up. In deep shit. Please hurry. Oh god, oh god, oh god.
I'll be there in 3 hours.
Yeah, it would take the Kismet the same time to get there?
You know, I can get there pretty quickly, if need be, but like,
Yeah.
I still do take time to travel places.
Yeah.
Who's the next mover?
Theoretically, we take time.
No, I suppose I need to go collect pen,
Round.
don't I? Unless the captain's doing that. I assume we're probably both in the Kismet. Grandin,
Yes.
you're the fleet captain. I'm a lieutenant commander.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking.
Fuck you, I'm thinking.
Dangerous thing.
Uh-oh. You just spent threat. Fuck. Okay, can I direct to get him to act? to get like who would be the one who'd actually get you repaired?
I don't have a
it's-
warp core.
Or a secondary reactor. This thing can go This thing at best can go at a very rapid maneuver speed.
I
It
need
can
a
move one more.
toe.
It can move.
The Achilles
can
needs
get
a
to the-
warp toe.
Yeah,
It can get
So,
to the
yeah.
nearest star in 20 years. Wait, no,
great.
it takes longer.
Fantastic.
It would take twice as
So
long.
I mean, what do you? I mean, Varder, you said you had something to do to help them.
I mean, do you want the Kismet to try or no?
I mean,
Yeah.
yes, but I mean, I don't know what
I
else.
guess.
Yeah,
What do you mean,
sure.
I guess?
Yes.
The other best I could do is contact Koshi and be like, well, the station's gone. Can you not kill him? And try to use a
That's not
favor.
work.
Huh?
Somehow I don't think that's going to work out very
I
well.
don't think that's.
I
gonna
do have a
work.
favor with her, so, she might at least be
I mean-
inclined to listen.
Have you noticed the rest of the ships pointing at me?
Yes, I don't
Huh?
exactly have favors with all of them to say, also, please don't kill this Tellarite.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to get him out of there.
I mean, that much is obvious.
Ow. Also, he's just... Pen, did you broadcast?
No, I didn't have time to do that.
Okay.
I said the plan before Koshi's thing kicked in was try to get them all on the line and say everyone calm the shit down or
Uh-huh.
this will
Um,
happen. But
So, Grennan, if you want to think about directing, you could direct me to pull the plank over to there and warp tow him away, because
Yeah.
I do have the fast ship,
Yes.
And you're closer.
and I'm
Yup.
closer. I
Brennan
don't know
will-
what my situation is over Woodra right now. But,
Well, you established the advantage. You have a warp vector out. They just, for some reason, you'd be warping in and then getting into orbit, and then for some reason, immediately turning around and warping away. It's like, why'd you even come here?
Right.
they could
What-
be
what I was-
confused, if anything.
what I was saying was I wasn't sure how much time had passed between my action and Pen's action.
It's all the same round currently, so it's basically as you're coming in, as you're doing, all of a sudden you're being yelled at, disregard last, do this. It's like, huh? Okay, I guess I'm doing this now.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's the play.
It's like someone in the middle of your mission was like someone in the middle of your episode went, "Oh, disregard your episode. Your episode's this now." Like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've got 3 different Quaqua captain, two Quaqua captain favors and 1 Star Admiral favor, so I could potentially do something for one of the 5 factions there.
Honestly, I feel like those might be more useful in trying to deal with the fallout of this.
Yes. Yeah. We got. Yeah.
That actually is a question. Star Captain Luca is with the Admiral Koshi, right?
Yep.
Yeah, no, she was the one who came here to duel because we beat her ship, right? And then the other one I know is because they were on Koshi's staff. So, yeah.
Yeah. So what's
Okay,
this
so
gonna
they're all
be
Koshi
for?
faction ones, yeah.
So what's this gonna be for this direct?
I'm waiting until I see what your action you actually are going to take. Is that the action? The direct is for the plank to warp tow it out, like warp in and then warp out.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of, unless any of you guys have anything better.
You could conceivably order the Kismet. They'd take longer. You could disavow Captain Penn, like you said you're going to do.
No.
Uh,
No.
Also consider, here's the thing to consider. The direct would be enough to warp them there. It's another action to get them back out again.
mhm.
Well, guess what? I have the ability to swift task, and I still have another direct in my pocket.
You could direct Swift Task direct.
yeah.
If there's any time to do it, it would be now.
Let's dance.
Okay.
Okay.
this will be interesting.
Yeah. Yep. First direct.
All right, so it would be, well, it's your action, so let's mark that you're the one that moves. Control plus command. I forget control. Daring. Difficulty 3. assisted by the engines plus command of the thingamabob, the plank.
How's the job?
Okay. And I roll with my presence command
Correct.
because this is a direct task. Oh. Team dynamics.
Yep.
Just remember, you
Alright.
ordered me to blow up the fucking station.
Yeah, I know.
I lodged a formal protest against this course of action. But I'm following.
Everyone's getting their
orders.
story straight for the upcoming court-martials.
I mean, to be fair,
Exactly.
Pen thought it was a dumbass idea, but he's following orders.
So
That's you, Myth, I think.
yes, it is. I'm looking at my daring of 7 right now.
Oh. Would you like to spend resources?
That's what I'm looking at. Yes, I'm looking at my resources. um. eh. I don't think I have a good justification for it being something else, honestly. Like,
Maybe presents?
I don't have a trait that I could swing for that.
Have any values?
I already spent my determination.
Oh, would you allow reason? She's having to walk through all those ships.
Sorry, what?
Would you allow reason instead of daring due to going past all those obstacles?
No, because she needs to give orders to her crew to effect of it.
Yeah.
Reason would be her
exactly,
thinking up a plan ahead of time. This is her acting within like a few split seconds, and it would normally be control, I would say, to get her crew to do stuff. But because she's kind of getting them to do it in the heat of the moment while she's getting ordered, like she's basically talking as Grennan's talking, and it's trying to make sure no one gets confused. And this is
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
very difficult. That's a very daring move.
Mhm.
Worth asking though, but I
Sure,
I
yes.
wanted to talk it out aloud to make sure it made sense to me.
Yeah, like I was reasoning through the different possible justifications, and I don't think I have one for that. I'm
It's
looking
fitness.
through-
You're running there. Sorry. I'm gonna push this whole ship.
Exactly.
I just need 200 momentum, and I can get there.
Yeah, it's perfectly achievable. As long as you take float. I have a milestone that has the command tag. I'm gonna spend here.
Okay.
Mission
I-
directive?
Yeah, I was gonna say mission directive here.
Which one?
He's-
Operational security?
So say he's evacuating someone.
I think this would be under trying to maintain like the defensive line, like pulling the Achilles out of there.
So basically, Directive 3, Directive
Yeah.
4.
Directive 3, Directive 4, yeah. Because this is not secretive, really.
No.
At all.
Yeah, 'cause they're gonna
so
see you.
Spending that for 2 hits. And then...
See, if you're Romulans, you wouldn't have any problems. Actually, you still would. Warp signatures give you away. It's a very bright signature.
I mean, as long as you cloaked before you went to warp,
It,
you might be okay.
crumple.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna roll 2 here, I guess. Daring command. Still of an 11. Nope, definitely don't have a focus here either. Hey, I rolled really well.
Nice.
4 4
Uh,
hits from me,
and
and
the
then
ship.
my ship,
And then one hit from
engines
me.
command. Nothing from the ship.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Now spend 2 momentum, swift task, direct again, get out of there. Oh my god.
So messy.
Oh my god.
'Cause I get put in the weirdest goddamn positions.
Oh,
Okay. I am, and that's with the diff increase.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am going to just straight spend my my medal that makes my assistant automatic 2.
Don't do that yet. We have to see if I can get any hits first.
Well, it one way or the other though.
Right, but if even with a direct, you still have to
Yeah.
follow the rules of an
Right.
assist.
Yeah.
Um,
Spend a momentum.
hold on, I need to look through what else I might have.
Spend a
3.
penny, take a penny.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. That's just you taking 2 pennies. Give one back. No.
Another thing I could do if you want it is I could burn my determination for Spirit of Discovery and get you 3 more momentum.
You could also give me your determination.
Yes.
Huh?
Take my determination.
Thanks. I appreciate it. I'm gonna spend Grennan's determination to do what I did last time again.
And that means you automatically get 1 hit. Or you automatically get 2 hits, which means I can
Yes.
assist you. I spend my medal,
Yes.
automatically get 2
We're
hits.
at 4. I'm rolling 2. This is mostly to see if
Oh my
we
god.
comp. Okay, we don't comp on that. Now let's see if the ship comps. Nope. Okay. We hit 4 successes. We're fine.
Everything's fine. Nothing's wrong.
Everything's fine. Nothing's wrong here. How are you?
That's gotta be one of the jankiest rolls ever done.
Yeah. It may not be pretty, but we're heading to DSE.
Oh, that was super freaking jank.
And as the 2 ships warp away,
Petro subsector descends into war.
hey, you called it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Because look, you proved them right. It was all a ploy the entire time. But
Great, Doctor.
before they come about on DSE, you still have,
Still have what?
you still have 2 people who have actions, sir.
Uh,
Your engineer and Varder.
Hey, Vada,
Yeah.
requisition me a warp core.
What do I need to do to tactically acquire? It does sound like an engineering thing, but the engineer's on your ship.
a tactical warp core.
I'm going to tactically acquire
I
a
mean,
warp core.
to be fair, if you can acquire it, he can install it.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Ah,
What are you talking about? No, we didn't use the warp core. What? He has a warp core. What are you
fuck,
talking
let me
about?
double check who the hell this person was, because I'm pretty sure I had.
Operation Gaslight the Peugeot subsector?
Yes.
Oh my god.
I don't really talk about my warp core's perfectly fine in my ship.
Operations is a mix of engineering and science, right?
Sorry, say that again?
Operations is like that weird mix between engineering and science.
It's a sister division of engineering.
Okay. So would the chief of operations at Outpost Sierra Alpha as a favor help at all?
No, because
No.
it's getting DSE to get a warp core from
Okay.
someone in the fleet.
It was worth asking.
Oh Jesus.
Now, if they had fled to Outpost Sierra Alpha, then different.
Yeah. Okay. Alright, so I don't have a favor that can really help because they're all just staff members or members of the crews. Unless it's, yeah, well, I'll help you steal the Kismet's warp core to put in the Achilles, and that's not what I'm looking for.
Presence
Oh.
plus engineering, difficulty 3. System comms engineering.
I've got an 11. Let me double check what our directives are, but I'm pretty sure they don't apply to commandeering a warp core.
I mean, technically,
I mean, Directive 4?
yeah. If
Yeah,
I've got
no, it
if
does
I've got
keep
power,
our-
I can
Yep.
help defend the station.
It does keep all 3 vessels operational, and our 3 vessels are crucial to the defense of the station. So,
Uh-huh.
termination
Okay.
directive 4.
Yep.
I just had to find the directives, and I was saying that before I'd even looked at them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe they were
Uh,
pinned.
I feel like blowing up the Dusk Machine has made things worse, not
know,
better.
Trait, can the poster boy pull something off?
I'll let you pull down difficulty with that. People are trusting of the recruiting poster boy.
GM, could we add a
Yeah.
second assist from the squadron's resources?
You can add in a secondary assist from a player character. But right now, it's not a matter of your might, because because all of your might, if you wanted to pull another core might-wise, you'd be pulling it from DSE, Kismet, or
Oh no, I mean
Max
like
Plus.
we've actually got like resources, like influence, might, and resources.
Resources.
Just straight up buy. Oh yeah, you could do. You could buy it off of people, I suppose. I'll buy your core off of you. I'll compensate you for the inconvenience.
Yeah, can we have a warp core and a secondary?
Okay.
Well, I wouldn't go. Do you want a secondary as well? Because the diff goes up.
I mean, I'd
Sure.
like one.
Sure. Because at the moment I've already pulled it down to diff 2, so let's go up to diff 3. Comp 3. Lovely. Let's go.
Because secondary reactors are fairly rare for civilian vessels,
Yeah. Okay.
and if they have them, they usually need them. So you're marooning somebody,
Yeah,
or you
but
might be
we're
getting the
marooning-
Klingons to do something for.
I mean, if we're probably getting the Klingons to do something for us, then the ally of House Telpok.
If you want
if you
the,
want to
if,
pull that in,
I don't know
it-
if we want the Klingons' help right now.
give us a
It-
warp core. It'll be fine.
if you want to have the complication of House Telpok down the line, then yeah,
Yeah. No.
you'll
Not
owe them a
necessarily.
favor. I'll put it that way.
Not the worst thing, but yeah.
We not and say we did.
No. In my
I'll
old-fashioned
just
days, we
deal
would
with
call
that.
that cheating.
Okay. So that's diff 3 on a fuse my determination. So
Not
we
so
will.
old-fashioned.
I'll give you a singular threat.
Sure.
Okay. Well, I made it.
What's your rep? Is it a 4 or a 5?
5. Ooh, okay,
So,
I
yeah,
don't
we-
get the determination back.
We gain
unfortunately.
1. So
then
that's
the-
4.
Resources. Oh, comms engineering is from the DSC or the Kismet.
Up to you, because you're still in contact with them.
Well, the Kismet's the nice ship that I've gone familiar with, so he's probably doing a lot of work from there. While it's around, he's like, yes, there, which is engineering. It's a stat that exists. There it is.
Sure,
No.
it's not.
So we
Sure it's
gain
fake.
1 from that roll.
Yeah, and I can quash complication with one of these metals. One of these metals.
Could we spend 2
Legion of Honor.
to create an advantage?
What? It depends on the advantage.
Easy to install.
Compatible, yeah.
Minimal modification needed.
Yeah, because if you
Yeah,
got like
it's
a
a
Gorn
Starfleet's-
version of it, you're like, it's a warp core, all right, but it doesn't have any safeties.
It's
Yeah,
square.
it's a Starfleet standard
Yeah, or Federation standard even.
or Federation standard warp core.
So I imagine you wanna install it.
Yes, sir. Alan, how would you like to install a warp core and a secondary reactor?
And I guess as 30 minutes or less, or your warp core's free.
No, we already paid for the
Oh, wait.
warp core.
Wait, you got a secondary as well? You're installed.
We did.
Okay,
Yeah.
diff 4. Sorry.
Okay, day. Control engineering. Focus. It's an emergency repairs. Putting a warp core in is kind of emergency.
We're about to be attacked. It's a goddamn emergency.
It's not a repair; it's an installation.
Yeah.
You're not damaged. You purposely dumped it. You're installing a new one.
What do you mean? I never lost it.
Don't.
Gotcha.
I will start getting angry. So please stop.
EPS systems.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. We have a focus, and let's throw a value. Since I'm doing this in a hurry, and this might not match up exactly, it's compatible, but there might be some nooks and crannies that might not fit. So, when in doubt, duct tape.
Yeah.
Duct tape the core in.
Please do. Yeah, sure.
All right, and two threat. Unless this will count as I know my ship.
It's not your ship, sadly.
All right.
Oh wait, we already explained this because you're the chief engineer for the squadron. Yep, I would take it still because it's one of your 3 ships you're supposed to know.
Okay, in that case, one more threat. So, and I'll be rolling 4 dice. One from I know my ship, and the last one with 3 threats. And 2 extra momentum generated.
And you're able to direct the crew of the Achilles to rapidly get that installed. Like between the DSE, Kismet, and Achilles, just trying to very quickly get them to get that thing built now.
Okay. And then comms engineering from the which ship?
It'd be the plank, I would say.
I have the plank up. NG.
There you have it. In a new scene begins as you start hearing reports of the battle that is raging in the area 0606. And Grinnin, if you would do me the pleasure of Sir Harm, your allied fleet doesn't get obliterated.
You broke up real badly there.
Well, too bad. You're just gonna have to lose. No. I will ask you to roll for Sir Harmon Grinnin here to try to preserve his your allied fleet. Since you know
Okay.
his stats. Unless you don't care if he wins or loses, then I can take it out.
What am I rolling?
Oh, now you can hear. It would be.
I mean, are they allies? You just tried to kill me.
They didn't
You
fire
did
on
just
you.
blow. You also blew up one of the most advanced space stations they've ever had in their history. It's like blowing up ESD. They're kind
Potato,
of upset with
tomato.
you.
I'm sorry, but DSC isn't a super weapon.
I beg to
ESD.
differ.
Neither is the Dusk Machine anymore.
Where's the thing I'm looking for? Okay, so. Okay. Just want to make sure I had the roll correct. He is rolling Reason or Control plus Command, difficulty 3, as he's advising the Star Mokoshi on how to survive this battle.
Am I rocking with threat or am I rocking with momentum?
That's up to you guys. I would say momentum, but if you think they're a hostile force, a spending from.
Okay. I'd say momentum.
Okay.
Gonna spend a momentum. Team dynamics.
Yep.
My just better my reason or my control. My reason is better by 1. You know what? Actually, no, I don't see that value really working here. Yeah, I'm just okay. Here we go. Oh no.
Oh no.
Hang on.
Two 19s and a 20.
Congratulations, Captain.
Sir Grennan. Value out for myself.
I can't buy it. Not in this
Okay.
situation. Well,
Hmm.
I could. No, I could, given the society he's in. Yep. Because this is a way to get a promotion. If he
Yep.
if he becomes the star strategist.
And I have a free reroll. And I got that momentum back. Wow, that was something.
Roller coaster there.
Clicked the wrong thing. Grennan spends his time advising the Star Admiral on the best thing to do, given the battle. If I could find a better. Oh, ha. All right. Very quickly resolve this.
So, are they all fighting, or is it just one or two and
All-
everyone else is surrounding?
Everyone's fighting each other right now. It's
oh God.
Because everyone's blaming the other one for being complicit. Would Sir Harmon Grennan suggest sitting back and defending?
Would Harmon Grennan suggest sitting back and doing what?
Defending.
As opposed to going on the offensive?
And attacking one of the fleets, yes.
I think Sir Grennan would probably be more about the defensive.
Okay. Let's see which one of these attacks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry. 1, 2. It makes sense to go from top and around because then I don't get confused. Right. 1, 2, 3. These guys. That's good. Do. The Staffy fleet engages the Coolie fleet. A lot of shots are fired. And a significant number of the Staffy fleet is damaged. But they continue, they stay in the fight.
Yeah, it's kind of disappointing to the degree of it seems that no matter what we were going to do, this was going to happen. But it's kind of to be expected with the political situation of the powers.
You tipped your hand to Sir Grennan, and Sir Grennan is not, as you know, a person who sits back for things to happen. He would have told somebody.
Yeah.
And once her fleet started getting moving, everyone moving, they all advanced.
Yeah, like I said, it's one of those things that was inevitable to happen. No matter.
I would not say that. A mistake was made. A very clear mistake was made.
Well, no, because this still could have happened with the station intact as well.
If the station was attacked, you'd have a different. Because then the station comes into the.
I think numerous mistakes may have been made.
Yes. The Chigo attack the Woohoo, because of course they do. And through some heroics of the Chigo, the Woohoo actually suffer losses.
Wow.
And they're actually demoralized, losing some of their, which is making them actually not fight as effectively as they were before. The Iwakusa fleet attacks the Coolie fleet. Whoops.
And at least you weren't smack dab in the middle of this.
Yeah, obviously because it was terrible for Achilles. And I agree, a lot of mistakes were made overall. But I do still believe, in some way, shape, or form, this would have still happened at some point. We just made it happen a lot faster.
Like, eventually the battle would have broken out anyway.
Yeah, it's like I said, we've just escalated to the point of, well, now we're here.
One of the Coolie fleet, the Coolie fleet gets damaged. Then the Abuxo fleet does. Everyone has acted. In the new round, Starfleet, you are now aware of a battle that's out at 0606 and the lay of the land as your ships are now fully operational and rallied at DSE. What do you do? If anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are
Well-
we supposed to? I mean, we're supposed to stay out of this.
Well, yeah, so directives is hold the line. Directive is probably not interfere with foreign powers conflicts.
That's prime directive.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So that's like directive, and so we've got many reasons to stay where we are. It's a case of, does the fleet captain give orders to interfere?
No.
Do any main characters take any action? Battle continues.
I'm like the lowest man on this totem pole, so
How do direct involve?
For what I can do.
Well, that's the thing. I was like, our hands are
Tied
so
here.
largely tied. Yeah.
I mean, are we allowed to open comms to them?
You can try, yeah. Although you get the feeling only one of them's probably going to respond.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably this faction.
Yeah, because you haven't shot at each other yet, so you may have ticked them off and did something they didn't like, but you know, the Klingons do that to you, you do that to the Klingons all the time.
I mean, if no one else does anything, I'll try and open communication to Star Admiral Koshi's faction.
I could back you up on that if you end up needing it.
So you contact Sarah Makoshi?
Yeah.
Sarah Makoshi here. Hello once again, Captain. Made your escape, and I imagine your mission has been achieved.
It has, but you are still an ally of Target Squadron, and though we can't interfere with what's happening right now, I would ask you, and in fact, at this stage, damn near implore you, to just fall back out of position.
If you have an idea how I can withdraw these forces back to the Coolie system without us getting raked in our rear engines, I am carefully.
Are you able to broadcast this communique to the rest of the vessels in the area?
My escape plan? I would rather not do that.
No, not the escape plan. Can you
Then
broadcast
what?
this? Can you broadcast this communication to everyone else?
I could, but why would I?
If I can calm everyone down for even a moment, that should allow you time to draw. I reckon Sir Grennan, if you ask him, would probably agree with that tactical assessment.
She looks off screen for a second. She looks back at you.
Am I playing Sir Grennan right now?
No, I was about to say something. It was a dramatic
Oh,
pause.
Whoops.
Let's
Killed that.
Let's try and preserve some life over everyone dying today, please.
If you can get me an opening to withdraw my forces, I. She nods. You see an extra indicator on your screen, and you can actually see from the reports of the battle that you can see her trying to come about as you're talking. As the fighters are defending the carriers, and they're trying to pull in all their fighters.
So I assume she's broadcasting this to the other fleets.
Yes.
Like, I'm under no assumption this is not even going to start as an easy roll. I assume it's going to be difficult as shit to start with.
Presence command, difficulty 5.
Well, I am quite literally trying to prevent violence, correct?
Yes.
I would like
I
to
think
spend.
those medals apply.
Yeah, I'd like to spend both of my peace medals, please.
Sure.
I'll say if you want Varder, but I don't think you need him.
I do have. I actually have like 2 or 3 milestones for trying to de-escalate conflict. I'm trying to de-escalate conflict right now.
Yep. Even if it's for a moment, because you probably won't cause peace in our time in this moment, because they're actively killing each other. But even if it breaks, this could, even if there's a
Breaks the
5-minute break,
conflict. Yeah.
then that gives her a chance to run.
Just to say, I didn't say I was following orders.
And it might, they stop shooting at each other for a minute. They might just decide to withdraw for having
Yeah.
enough to today.
One of those.
Yes,
I think.
if you accomplished your orders.
Yeah.
You said yes.
Did I?
Yeah, she asked if you'd accomplished your goals, and you said yeah.
Well, I said I accomplished my goals. Goals aren't orders. That is a very distinct wording.
That will be explained at the court-martial. Don't worry.
100%.
Awesome.
Yeah, like I am not getting court-martialed for blowing up a station and starting this. So I'm gonna
Don't worry. It's all part of the plan.
spend 1 milestone to get the determination to spend it.
Yeah, yeah.
I would say, what mission directives have we still got in play?
Alternatively, you could have challenged the second directive.
I mean, I've already spent for a directive, so I can just do normal values at this stage.
You could, yeah.
Yeah, we tried to just use the mission directives for
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one bump and then chase others.
Value, I am the calm in the storm.
Sure. Yep.
Hell yeah. Ooh, I like that. It's good.
Bring the comp range back down to 1. With the focuses, I've got 3 that may apply, or 4 technically. Negotiation, strategy and tactics, team dynamics, or survival.
Strategy and tactics would apply here.
Okay. Oh, it's a diff 3. I've already got 2 hits. I'll give you 1 threat, and I'll spend 1 momentum for a 3rd die.
Complication goes up by 1.
That's fine. I have a reroll, so I'll just roll that anyway. So that's diff 3. We gain a momentum.
Oops. What am I doing? What am I doing?
I mean, do you want a speech moment? I don't know.
go ahead. I need to do some bookkeeping anyway.
Oh, okay. Forces of the Peugeot subsector. Now that all forces are engaged in a complete conflict, I ask that you all stand down, fall back, and rethink what comes next. To be fair, as it stands looking from the readings, no one is winning this conflict. If everyone retreats and thinks about what comes next, at least you may be able to at least see another day, a slightly better day. I don't know, I was just making shit up on the spot.
No, hey, that works. It seems an opening is being made. There's no guarantee. That's going to help her escape plan immensely.
Can I spend
Toward what?
to make it a better quality speech?
You certainly could. For every 2, you increase it by 1. So for every
Okay.
2 momentum, you will increase your the bonus you're giving. Right now, you're giving a bonus of 2 effectively to her roll.
Okay, well, I'd like to spend my Medal of Honor to create 2 bonus and immediately do that.
Okay.
I think I'll spend 4 to increase it another 2.
Okay.
What, basically a quality 3, everyone please stop shooting each other and let's come to a different solution?
Does anyone else take actions as the battle continues?
Still just not sure what I could do, honestly.
Yeah, I'm. Trey, is that an action?
You can choose to do nothing. I'm just making blowing past you is all.
Yeah. No, I don't think that, like, Myth has anything she'd be doing here, really.
Okay.
Nothing can really be done regarding the fight, no.
Yeah.
We don't have contacts with the other fleets.
Hmm.
I
Like-
had minor favors, so I know people in the fleets, but they don't owe me anything. If they're still alive.
And I'm not a strategist or a diplomat. Like,
I'm a diplomat.
I mean, are you though? You tend to start more fights than I do. And that's saying something.
For Sir Grennan, he definitely will probably try to help with reason or control plus command, difficulty 3. Since he's obviously in on the. Okay, we have our opening. We need to leave before anyone clues in that they're missing their chance to blow us up.
Reason, command, 2 threat, 1 momentum.
Sure.
I mean, to be fair,
Uh,
plus if one of the fleets actually pulls off, it may actually convince the others it's a good idea.
Yep. Because if one guy's pulling away, well, I guess we can all pull. Because the last thing you want is to be totally wiped out.
0.
There you go.
Got the momentum back.
also, generally, the last thing you want is to be the first person to retreat. But
Yeah.
if you've been given an opening, then the other people retreating have the opening of there being someone who's retreating. Which is weird how that works.
Okay.
Or can work. Not always. Can.
All right. Here goes. I imagine Sir Grennan is advising that they flee.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Tactical
given us-
withdrawal.
They've given us
Yeah.
an out. We can make a tactical withdrawal. That's not an opportunity every fleet gets to say they have.
Who's attacking them? You, or you? Roll 1d3 because these guys are actually a little too far away, and they aren't interested in fighting the Quaquaw right now. They have other fish to fry. Dude, no, this is a bad idea. Cool.
It's now quite literally turned into a free for all.
Duh. Duh, duh, duh. They try to hinder the escaping Coolie vessels, but the Awuxo fleet is wiped out as Admiral Koshi is able to
God.
lead a retreat.
Not a smart choice.
Oh. You're acting next. Hey, Chigo fleet, screw you.
I mean, I did ask them to stop.
The two forces exchange fire, and both take considerable damage. Oh, wow. I was going to roll the wrong thing entirely.
Can I just say, the Quaquaw have somehow come out fantastic in this fight.
Yeah, while everyone else is continuing to push, yeah.
These two are still ready and fighting. This group is going to turn and withdraw. Would anyone stop him? They're too far away. They can't. So, boop, this guy just flees.
Yeah, and they're
Staffy
kind of
just
busy
leave.
with and they're kind
They're
of
like,
busy
you
with
know
each
what?
other.
We've lost 2/3 of our fleet.
Yeah, and the Woohoo and the Chigoans are we're just looking for an excuse to start this again.
Yeah.
I imagine no actions are taken for these two because I don't know if there's anything you could do aside from straight up intervening.
Yeah,
Nah.
no, we would have to physically intervene because we don't have any pull with either of those individuals.
Yep.
The Chigo prevail.
Huh.
Wow.
They're never gonna let anyone live that down.
Yeah, Woohoo's gonna. Ugh. That's gotta sting.
I imagine they're going for their survivors before leaving.
Yeah,
Survivors, salvageable vessels, yeah.
because they need to they need to
That's the
re-repair their.
That's the
Actually, there's
important
one thing.
Salvageable vessel.
So, factions that are able to pull people, they're able to withdraw, are able to recover some of their losses. Of the forces that lost completely and aren't able to recover their ships, is the Woohoo, who lose basically the entirety of their advanced fleet. Because they basically built a whole new class of ships and they just lost them in one fight. And the Awuxo have actually lost them in forces. The Chigo and the Staffy have lost some of their forces, but they can be repaired. Same with the Coolie. And Starfleet has taken no losses. Well, minus one trapped officer, but that's a mission for another day.
Mm-hmm.
But for now,
Who's looking forward to those rep dings?
Dings. Oh boy.
The mission is completed, and that is the end of the episode.